Good morning. Today is Tuesday, August 13th. Welcome to the MLGW committee meeting. Mr. Jenkins, may we have roll call?
Councilman Warren. Chairwoman Walker.
Present. Today we have one item on the agenda. It is a discussion on the MLGW consent agenda, all council districts requested by MLGW. President McGowan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Doug McGowan, MLGW, CEO, 220 South Main. We go to the next slide. Today, we are seeking $5 million of approval of spending. It will bring us to $183 million so far this year. We have 6 items for your consideration. If we can go to the next slide and the next slide. We're requesting same night minutes on this very first item, which is a distribution UAV inspection in the amount of $1.1 million. This is for a 2-year contract with a company called UAV Recon. We are using UAVs with our team and this contractor to survey all of the poles and all of the connections on our poles to identify maintenance actions that are necessary that will prevent outages in the future, things that we cannot see from the ground. We use this with great effect in the community of Orange Mound and the community of Castalia Heights. It's underway in Whitehaven right now, and this is very helpful to us to identify things that otherwise would require us to climb a pole to identify. So we're creating thousands of maintenance actions that will help us keep the system more reliable. Next slide. The next is a software system in the amount of $256,000. This is a payment to Assurex. Now, this software is for making sure that our regulatory compliant, that we stay in regulatory compliance with all of the people who are our governance for regulations. This is both for our water, for our electric and our gas systems. This software helps make sure we track all of the regulatory inspections that we have and make sure we stay on time and we are compliance there. So critical for us. It's a 5-year contract through 2030. The next slide, next item is 500 KCM wire in the amount of $504,000. This is a single purchase of 26,800 feet of wire. This is a very large diameter wire that helps us carry significantly high electric currents as part of our distribution system. This is just a normal purchase of additional wire that we need to replace faulty wires and to put in new system wires, new wires when we have new customers that are connected. Next slide is Security Automation Installation Service Agreement. This is an annual renewal for Access Control Integration Company. They do all of our access control at all of our facilities, which are badge access, specifically restricted access into some of our locations like substations in our control center. So anytime there's a faulty access control, they have to be on call to get out there 24/7 in order to replace that. And so critical for security of our systems. Next slide is the Netters Emergency HVAC replacements in the amount of $2.79 million. This is going to Train. This is to replace 7 very large HVAC units. Now, Netters is our business operations center. It's where we have our data center. We have our call center. We also have our IT system out there. It is located on Witten Road. This building was constructed in the year 2000, acquired by MLGW in the year 2002. And so we've had some failing HVAC systems out there, and we also are replacing the roof. So we're going to replace the HVAC systems right after we replace the roof, so we don't have to go back and cut into the roof for these HVACs again. It's time to replace all of these. Next slide is for the MLGW Safety Boot Program in the amount of $342,000. Sounds like a lot for boots, but all of our employees who are frontline get new safety boots every year because it's important to keep their feet and their ankles and their toes safe because they work around very heavy equipment. And these boots are used very significantly, and they are beat by the end of the time that they have it. So we have a replacement program to make sure we keep our employees safe and stay in compliance with OSHA standards. So it's part of the equipment that we provide to our employees to keep them safe while they're working out in the field. And subject to your questions, Madam Chair, that concludes the consent agenda items for today.
Thank you for this. Councilman Warren, did you have anything?
I just want to make sure Netter's building is a downtown building.
No, sir. That is it. It's a business operations center out at Witten Road. It's just south of I-40. It was acquired in the year 2002, and it houses our IT department, our call center. Our emergency operations center is currently located in there, and also our security, the video headquarters for our security is
Is
in
it
that building.
hardened for earthquakes?
For earthquakes, that's one of the reasons it was purchased, yes, sir.
Okay. And how many boots do you actually get for $342,000?
We have enough to replace all of our frontline employees.
How many
so,
people is that?
1,900, I think.
1,900.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So when you divide that out, that's reasonable, right?
Yes, sir. It's
How much per boot?
$180 per
180 bucks
per
per
pair.
boot. Okay, if you bought some boots, that's a pretty good deal.
Yeah. If you
And those
buy
are hardened boots with
steel toes, yes, sir.
steel toes. Yeah.
Yes, and heavy lug soles for traction.
I think if you bought that individually, it probably wouldn't cost you $400.
It would be north of 200 for sure.
Yeah.
If you were to buy them on the retail market, yes.
Right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Councilman. So, going back to page 6 about the wire, and you said it was a large diameter. Is that like something like?
No, ma'am. This is one of the distribution cables that you would see either, is this overhead or underground, Quentin? This is underground cable, so it's a little thicker, so you're talking pretty good diameter, but not massive. It goes in underground cable vaults where we run that to various distribution points.
And you already took care of my other question with Councilman Warren about the location. So this is
Yes.
not the new property that
No,
we're
ma'am.
leasing?
This is
Okay.
not. This is the Netter Center, which is, again, we forecast that it's going to be around for, another 20 years or so because it is a relatively new building. 20 years old. 24 years old.
Let the record show that Councilman Ford has joined us, and good morning. Is today your birthday?
Yesterday was my son's birthday.
Oh,
Day before was my wife, myself, our anniversary, 48 years, not too bad.
Wonderful.
congratulations.
Patient woman. When I met her, she told me I was gonna be stuck with her. I still got her. She knew more than what I knew.
Right.
We met in school.
Wonderful.
And plus, they always say for mom and dad,
Oh, boy.
Okay, wonderful. I'll make a note of that. So,
1 years old now.
Wonderful.
I think he said that 10 years ago, just to be on the record.
well, happy birthday. I know I saw some birthday things coming down the hall.
Yeah.
All righty. Okay. So the booths, I was just curious, Tyndale Enterprises, is that a domestic company or?
I'm not sure about that. That's one thing I didn't think to check on. But I mean, we know the brand. I know they've been our vendor for a long time. So I could check on that and get back to you about whether they're U.S. made or not.
Okay, just curious about that. We want to try to keep
Absolutely.
everything local if possible. So I did have another question for you. Can I have a quick update on our efforts to help low-income customers with their LIHEAP applications?
Yes, ma'am. So I did put a quick slide together the other day. I thought I'd bring it with me in case you had this question about that, because I know we talked about it. Let's see if I can get the slideshow up here. There we go.
Let the record show that Councilwoman Green has joined us.
Press it again. Okay, there we go. Okay. So thank you for the question, Madam Chair. LIHEAP is Low Income Home Energy Assistance Program. It's a federal program that helps low-income families and households pay their heating and cooling bills. To be clear, it only will apply to the electric and gas charge that a customer has. In 2026, they made a substantial change to the LIHEAP program. They changed the requirements to qualify. They became much more stringent. They lowered the amount of money that people are eligible to receive. They lowered the total amount of funding. They made the money available later in the year than they normally do. And and transitioned the process to an all-online process. Now, I want to be clear, prior to this, a customer needed only to show up with a cutoff notice and fill out a piece of paper at CSA, and they were eligible. Because of these changes, Shelby County CSA, the organization that administers this, and they had done this, they would help 25,000 customers a year, and they would help administer $18 million. They were essentially overwhelmed. They didn't have the capacity to help the customers both navigate the new application process and to review and approve all the applications. So we saw this happening at MLGW and said, well, what can we do? We can't just sit idly by and let people not get this utility assistance they need. So we stepped in to help customers with to navigate the application process. Further, the deadline for this is September of 2026. So they gave us the money later, but they didn't change the deadline. So we had a much shorter time to do this. So it really became a crisis. Excuse me. So what did we do? We converted our downtown community office essentially to a LIHEAP application processing center. We didn't take any other functions down there at downtown. We just turned it in. We completely transformed it to a bunch of stations to help customers get their LIHEAP processed. Our folks became trained. There were more than 100 employees who volunteered and got trained very quickly to be able to do this. Now remember, they had never done any of this before. So in 3 days, they got stood up to be LIHEAP application processors. We helped our customers by, many of them did not have they didn't have a computer at all or computer knowledge. The application requires an email address. Many of our customers do not have an email address, so we had to help them create one. We screened customers for proper documentation. We didn't want them to come without, and sit through a line. So our security folks did a great job of saying, do you have all of the documentation in your hands before you even come in? And then, if they didn't have it, we would send them off. We would tell them where to get it and bring them back and put them right back in line where they started. So they didn't have to start over again. We also downloaded 12 months of utility bills. If you can imagine, that's a requirement to have 12 months of bills and to have them electronically in the file so you can upload those with your application. That's a challenge for people who don't have a computer at home or a scanner or anything. So we helped them with that. And then we actually sat with the customer and walked them through the application process, actually helping them fill out the application. So we started this. We got the word that this was a problem in about the first week of June. By the 14th of June, we had stood up the LIHEAP Application Processing Center. We had trained 100 of our employees, and we were in business seeing 300 customers per day. That number went up to as many as 500 customers per day for the period of June 14th. We saw our last customer there just this past week. As of the 4th of August, we had seen 13,649 customers in our office. We had processed successfully just about 12,000 applications. Some of the customers did not meet the qualifications, so they couldn't process the application. There are 9,000 applications that are waiting now for CSA and their team to validate and for them to be paid out. We've obligated $6.6 million of assistance for customers through this process. It averages out to about $580 per customer. And $1.6 million has already been paid out to customers on their accounts. We anticipate the rest of that 6.6 will be paid out in the next few weeks as CSA walks through this. So I want to say that assistance for our customers is important. We care about our customers and went the extra mile here. We did suffer some consequence from this. We had been working very hard on our call center to get that call wait time down to under a minute. And we had been maintaining it well under a minute until we did this. Most of the folks who came to help were from our call center. So our call times did go up to 5 and 6 minutes. One day it went to 13. But we said, that's the trade-off we're going to have to make in order to help customers who need this for this short period of time. Now, longer term, I don't know what we're going to do next year. I know I see Councilwoman Green down there. We're going to work with the county to say, and the state to say, what can we do? This process has become too onerous. We can't afford to have 100 people doing something they weren't hired to do, because that costs us something. So how do we make the process more easy to navigate? We're going to use the lessons from this. Hopefully we can change the process to make it easier for people to qualify, but we had to do the right thing. And so I'm proud of our team. One of the more compelling stories is we had some folks at the Wesley Highland Meadows who could not get to the customer assistance center. And so we took the team out there one day and signed up 60 seniors on the spot for low-income housing assistance. And the picture on the right there, the stories from the downtown community office are just amazing. Customers were tearful. Customers were overjoyed that somebody was trying to help them when nobody else was helping them. Here's a picture of a customer just hugging one of our people because she's so thankful that somebody was there to render assistance. So we're proud of the work we've done. I don't want to suggest that this is the normal process that we'll do forever, but in the crisis, we stepped up to the plate and met the need for so many of our customers, and we're proud that we're able to do it. So I just wanted to let you know that. We'll be reverting the community office to its normal function now. After we've helped this many customers, we are continuing to work with CSA to see if they needed some additional manpower to help with the back end of this thing, just so we can get these customers paid and get some assistance in their hands. So unless you have other questions, that concludes my presentation.
Thank you for this. This is wonderful, and I do appreciate you all coming together as a team and making this happen for the ratepayers. I know it was this extra level of customer service was very much needed, and again, I appreciate you all rising to the occasion and making this happen. Let the record show that Councilwoman Cooper Sutton has joined us, and Councilman Warren, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm trying to figure out who shortened the time period and changed the regulations for this. Is this a federal or a state thing, and was it
Yes.
part of the big, beautiful bill?
Essentially, the federal government made the changes, reduced the amount of funding, and then because the program was changing and essentially did not get it out as timely as they typically do. Part of the other issue was that the state then had to respond with this new process for putting a LIHEAP online application, which was one of the requirements. So I think it was a cascading event of, hey, we decided to make some changes. That means the state had to react, which meant they had to put a process together, which meant locally we suffered from a lack of timeliness.
I just want citizens
So-
to understand that this came from the federal government.
Yes, this had nothing to do with us locally here, had nothing, the level of funding had nothing to do with the state. The level
And
of
the funding was dropped
the amount of funding was dropped.
by
yes.
what percentage?
18 million to about, so typically the community receives about
82%?
about 50%. We typically receive about $18 million.
So we had a 50% drop in
Yes.
assistance for our poor patients.
Yeah.
Okay, coming from the great, big, beautiful bill and its process. So I think that's important. People need to understand that. There's things that happen when you give billionaires tax rebates, and this is one of them. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. Let the record show that Councilwoman White has joined us. Good morning. If there are no other questions, no problem.
Good morning. I just wanted to say, I was listening to all of the changes that were made to make it possible for citizens to be able to have access to this program. And I get excited. When I was coming in this morning and listening to this, I was just excited at all of the obstacles that you all, number one, identified, but then addressed all the way down to going out to the senior center to get them signed up. So I just want to say thank you, MLGNW, to you all's team for recognizing the importance of constituents getting this access to this assistance, but also making the necessary changes and sacrifices to be able to make it happen. So thank you.
I'd like to thank our leadership team, Mr. Davis's customer experience team. But more than that, when I say 100 volunteers, the leaders here, everyone from had a representative from their department that volunteered to go over there and get this training. So no one was left out. We literally had people from across the organization who said, I want to help. So Mr. Davis had two individuals, Angela DeBose and David Call, who in 3 days organized all of this training, organized the volunteers, put it all together and helped make it happen. So I just want to recognize the excellence that those young leaders had, and they stepped up to the plate and made it happen. So, and also thanks to CSA, the leaders over there, Miss Dana was great, and just giving us all the information, helping us lead through the training. So partnerships are important.
I would agree. Thank you again, and we are adjourned.
are you able to move the slides forward? Okay.
So, at our nonprofit, Undue Medical Debt, I lead our government. Just a little primer on how medical debt. You have our hospital, you have providers will attempt to collect on them. They will sell them to a secondary market. Call you and try to get you on a team. Or they will write it off on your books. They're not trying to collect on it anymore, but you can. Primary, you'll see that. Kind of at that last page when it went down. Laboratories, clinics, either you can imagine how our model could work in Memphis. Because we have all of those existing relationships, we have access to a pot of that. What are those folks in need? No longer owe this debt. It is free and clear. Hospital, if it was reported on your credit, we have taken it off. That's it. There's no application. There's nothing that needs to do. This iteration of our program is truly a one. Simplified flat rate budget that would cover that purchase price. Costs that it takes us to ensure that everybody meets our qualifications. That SDL or below. Medical debt is 5% or more.
Just FPL, that's,
Oh, yeah, sorry, federal poverty limit.
okay.
So it's 400%. It's, I don't know the newest ones, but it's, I want to say it's around $100,000 for a family. We're not taking too high, but you know, what's unique about our program is a lot of programs cut off at 200%. We're going up to 400%. We're capturing a little bit more of the middle class and folks that are still not able to plans and those really high. quickly. I was asked to keep it 5 minutes, so I just wanted to make sure that was respectful.
Thank you for that. And I hope you can see why I'm so excited about being able to hopefully use my grant funds in this manner. It impacts our whole city. It impacts over 12,000 residents. It requires no application from them. We were just going to be able to send out a letter and relieve them of that debt. The thing that I like to say, there's, a lot of people talk about different kinds of ways you get in debt. Medical debt is never your fault. It's not a moral failure. You got sick, someone you love got hurt, and medicine is just, the prices out there are skyrocketing. And as Dr. Warren spoke of earlier, under the big, beautiful bill, we're seeing people's benefits being cut back or eliminated, or them not being able to afford to be on the ACA anymore. And all of that is leading to higher and higher medical bills. And in my travels across the state, I will tell you that I've met multiple people who have been bankrupt, who have lost their homes because they had an asthma attack in a rural area and they had to be driven by an ambulance all the way into Region 1. Or they had micropremies. Met a man, he had 2 micropremies. One of them had to be air flighted 3 times. It was $75,000 for each flight. He's just trying to keep his babies alive. So those are the kinds of things that can lead to you, especially if you're retirement age and you don't have any way to stretch the dollar, it being really impactful. If you are, as you say, people who are at or below, right above the poverty level, what that means is the difference in being able to continue to make your rent, continue to make your car payment. The last statistic I saw in Tennessee was 60% of Tennesseans cannot afford a $300 emergency. You can't have an emergency room visit for $300. Dr. Warren will tell us, I'm sure. So I'm hopeful that you will support me in being able to use my grant funds this way. As you know, we get about $200,000. I believe we've all given some to the Hub North. And I plan to have the rest of mine go to MLGW's Plus One program, again, so it can be used throughout the city. But I just think this is such an incredible program and will help so many people immediately. But if you have questions, Dr. Warren and then Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, you're in the queue.
Thank you. When I saw this, I was trying to figure out how $200,000 was going to help the 1.2 billion or however much this was. And I guess the business model of this is that you're buying debt from the people who already bought the debt for the collections. Is that right? So you're paying the collections off, and when you do that, it relieves them of their bill?
We also purchased that directly from healthcare systems. Yes.
You got to get close.
We also purchased that directly from hospitals and health systems. Most hospitals don't actually sell their medical debt to collectors. They may use in-house collectors or a third-party collector, but they don't actually make the sale. So we do both. We target the secondary market where it's already been sold, and we also establish relationships with hospitals and health systems to sell their debt to us with the purpose of abolishing it and not collecting on it. We never attempt to.
So as they sell their debt to you, right, they sell it for pennies on the dollar, correct?
Yes, using the natural pre-existing.
Just the way that they normally do to all these other guys who are trying to get all your money. So that's one of the things to realize is when they sell this debt to these collectors, the collectors get most of the money if someone's able to get it, and the hospitals get very little, or they get some of it, or the doctor's office. It's pennies on the dollar. So but it's still a real debt that this person's got in the back of their head. So this is huge. So I mean, in my mind, if this is going to Memphis residents, I see no reason why this as a charity shouldn't be used other than you didn't apply in time. So this is one of those that didn't apply in time, and Councilman Ford will back me up that sometimes things come after our dates that we got to take care of and we got to think about. So this would be one that I would be more than willing to say, thank you for bringing this, Jerry. It's a great idea. We should have this every year. And, maybe instead of you having to spend all of your $200,000, is if all of us gave $10,000 to this, or however much it would take for each one of us, you would still have some other things to be able to give out if you'd like. So I'm willing to volunteer some of my funds for that purpose if you're interested. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Warren. I'm trying to be very careful this year in where I give out money, so you save yours this year. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chair. The question that I have is, I think, if I'm not mistaken, as I walked in, so no one has to apply. So what is your debt amount, what determines who gets paid and who doesn't?
There isn't one. We buy all of the debt files that the provider is willing to sell us. We don't make any.
Okay, so you're gonna buy all the debt files from our hospitals here in Memphis? So what is particular, which hospital, which clinic, which area, which hospital have you determined?
Right, so for this particular program, you guys are actually, you would be purchasing debt that we already have access to. So we wouldn't be establishing any new relationships with hospital systems in Memphis. For that type of a program with us, the minimum investment is $500,000. So, and that just is because it takes us 2 to 3 years to get through those relationships, establish those relationships, receive those files, and do that type of relief. So that is not an option that we're talking about right now, but it could be in the future. Right now, we're just talking about purchasing what we already have accumulated through other purchases that we made. So we work nationally and we work with philanthropic organizations in Tennessee. So we buy debt from providers all over the country all the time, and then we work to match that with dollars to abolish it. So that's what we're essentially doing right here. But we would have the option if there was an interest from the city or the state or whoever the funder would be to come and set up a more traditional program that would do exactly that. We would build relationships with the hospitals located in Memphis and work with them to buy their debt for Memphis residents. But this is just a little bit of a different setup for us.
Okay.
And it just requires a little bit of a less of an investment from a city and a municipality.
Maybe if we can pull up the heat map again, so you can see
Yeah,
where.
because I missed that, because I want to know what area, you know,
Yeah, it's
who is going to be eligible, because I know you don't have to apply for it, but where in Memphis and what zip code?
So there's the zip code map, and maybe you can explain the poverty level again.
Yeah, so we purchase debt for anybody that's 400% FPL or below, or their medical debt exceeds 5% or more of their income. So that's sort of like those catastrophic events that Councilmember Green was talking about. Micro preemies, multiple air flights, those bills probably exceed more than 5%. So that's how we would accumulate that or grab that debt. So those are the two criteria that we look at, and we just make those purchases from secondary market and hospitals directly. They decide the accounts that they want to sell. We ask for all of them. And then we let them know of all of the ones that they send us, which ones meet our residency and income requirements.
So who are you partnered here with now? Nationally?
We don't disclose hospital and
Okay.
provider names unless they consent to it. So
Okay.
unfortunately, I can't share that. And that is really, we sign an NDA with them as part of our
Okay.
process.
And so the earning is 4 times the federal poverty level, right?
Yes, 400% FPL or below. If that is your income level, you qualify.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Are you?
I'm done. Thank you, Chair.
Councilwoman Walker, you're in the queue.
Thank you. Quickly, I just wanted to add, you mentioned something about bankruptcy. Actually, nationally, medical debt is the #1 reason for bankruptcy in this country. Thank you. I yield the floor.
Yes, and I've also read that it's the #1 thing in Tennessee that we set up a GoFundMe for. Councilman Ford, you're in the queue. I am fine with using my grant funds. I would prefer this year if the council agrees. As you know, I have other things going on, and I want to make sure that I am being as upfront as possible with the grant process, because
I understand that most.
yeah.
But wasn't nobody but 2 people did that. A lot of people needed this very. Nobody was here.
Me too, Councilman Ford, me too.
Helping people. And I want to put it back on the right track. Y'all, but I want y'all to.
Thank you, Councilman.
I'm
Councilwoman,
not running for nothing else, but I might run for mayor. I'm gonna put it out there right now.
breaking news. All right.
I don't want to be the mayor, but don't make me.
Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for your presentation. Do you all keep demographic information, and is that available to the public?
You all can make it available to the public. Contract is executed and then what you all do with it.
Do you have information, demographic information from other municipalities or cities or projects that you've done that is open to the public?
Different jurisdictions choose to share it, but I'm happy to share what others have.
Okay, thank you. If you could send that via email.
Oh.
I said if you could send that via email,
Yes.
I'd appreciate it.
Absolutely.
And they have a great website too where you can go see the other cities and places that they've done this across. I am not sure.
Because that's something that is a part of our contract. So the city has that. So we don't make that public ourselves at this time, but different cities have. So I'll share with you a couple of dashboards that different cities that put together that highlight it.
Councilman Warren.
Just very quickly, I'd like to point out that this is one of the great ideas that Councilwoman Green will bring to the state as governor. Just this type of thinking is the type of thinking we need in Nashville. Thank you very much.
I bet. I'm a councilwoman today, wearing that hat. Okay. Well, with nothing further, I am going to close down this committee and then we'll reconvene for budget. Thank you.
Good morning. I hereby call the Budget Committee to order. Ms. Dearborn, will you please call the roll?
Thank you. Councilwoman Green. Councilwoman Walker. Councilwoman Swearingen-Washington. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Councilman, that's Dr. Warren. And Councilwoman Chair White.
Present.
Thank you.
First, we have a resolution to approve the allocation and appropriation of FY27 Memphis City Council Community Grant Program funds to support medical debt relief through undue medical debt and to allocate the remaining funds to MLG&W +1 program, all council districts, sponsored by Councilwoman Green. Request for same night minutes. Can I get a motion and a second? Got a motion from Chairwoman Swearingen-Washington, a second from Councilwoman Green. Councilwoman Green, you're recognized.
Thank you. We just had a presentation on this, so if there are further questions, we still have our representative here. I would like to make a motion to make this same night minutes so that we can get this done quicker for the people who are in need. But again, I am hoping to allocate my grant funds to be able to pay off $17 million of medical debt for Memphis residents who live at or near poverty level, and the remaining funds to go to the MLGW +1 program as utility costs continue to rise.
Can I get a motion and a second on the request for same night minutes? Well, yeah, thank you. Without objection. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. This will go down with a favorable recommendation.
Easy for you to say.
Right. With the request for same night minutes.
Thank you.
Next, we have a resolution to allocate and appropriate $2,587,000 in City Council Community Grant Funds to nonprofit agencies for FY27, all council districts, sponsored by the Memphis City Council. That item will be held until September 1st? Until September 1st. Next, we have a resolution transferring FY27 Capital Improvement Program budget allocations from CIP project number IT-01006, Continuous Improvement Cover Line of $300,000 to CIP project IT-01007, Operational Infrastructure Fix, all council districts, sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion and a second? Got a motion from Councilman Warren and a second from Councilwoman Walker. Who do we have from the administration here to speak on this?
Good morning. My name is Augustine, Deputy Chief of IT. So this is just the cover line that we use for emergencies. So when there are fiber breaks or any emergency network equipment, that's where we use it for. So it's just to move it to the IT-006 because we cannot spend from the cover line and just appropriate it and use it, start spending it on the network infrastructure equipment. So.
Okay, so what is the fix? What is it that's being fixed?
So, when there are fiber breaks, right? So if a community center have a fiber break and they cannot get to the internet, we have to have some funds that we can use for emergencies. And this is what we use for that emergencies.
So you're saying this is the transfer of $300,000 to the fund to be available when such emergencies arise?
Yes.
How much is in that fund now?
About 90,000 remaining from last year's 300,000. So these are ongoing that we use because we cannot sometimes determine where we're going to have breaks. So we use this as a cover line for that.
Okay, and what cover line is it in now? It's in the... I thought it was moving from...
So it's moving from 6 to 7.
Right,
Yes.
and that's what I guess I was confused about, because the continuous improvement cover line to operational infrastructure fix, like what's the...
So
because it seems like what you're saying is the continuous improvement cover
continuous improvement. So from my understanding from the finance division, we cannot spend from that cover line. We have to move it. We have to, when we are doing the request, we can request in the cover line, but we cannot spend from the cover line. So when we are ready to spend, we have to transfer it to the
Operational.
personnel. Yeah, so that's what we're doing now.
Okay. Okay. All right,
Point of
we got
information, Madam Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
Am I understanding that what he's saying is that this is money that's been allocated for emergencies, but it has to be moved to a different cover line to be able to be spent?
Yes.
So it's already an emergency allocation, but it's not in a place that you can actually spend
yes.
it without our permission?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Right. All right, we got Councilman Ford in the queue, then Councilwoman, they joined. Councilman Ford Senior joined, Councilwoman Logan joined, and then we have Councilwoman Swearingen Washington in the queue, and then Councilwoman Cooper Sutton in the queue.
Is there a way that you could give us the specific need and then we approve it accordingly as opposed to just moving $300,000?
So the specific need, so as I explained earlier, is for most of our city facilities where we support IT support, the emergency breaks that comes, like contingent breaks that comes, we cannot project how much we're going to spend. So that is what we use is, so if, say, Leicester Community Center, there are fiber breaks, we don't put it on the Parks Department. We have to spend the money to repair it. So, and these fiber breaks do cost. Just maybe half a mile fiber break can cost about $60,000. So we put in this money just in case there are any breaks, then we can immediately spend that money without having to maybe put it on the divisions. So that's what the needs are for.
And is your team the one that's repairing the fiber?
No, we work with other, because we don't repair fiber, but we use third parties to do that. So Protec is one of our third parties that we use for fiber repairs, and there are other local companies that we use also.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, you're recognized.
Thank you. I think, so there's an emergency right now. Is that what you're saying first? There's an emergency?
No, not right now.
All right, not right now. So you're taking it from project number 06 and you're putting it in project number 07.
Yes.
That's correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So if there's not an emergency, why are you moving it?
Well, so that we can have access to the money, so when there is an emergency, because if a library, like the Central Library, has a fiber break and citizens cannot get online, we need to immediately, we don't have a week to come and request for the money, right? We need to immediately get with our third party to have it repaired. So we want to have the money available so that we don't, yeah.
Okay. So you want to have the money available. So if emergency never happens, is this money moved back into project number 06? Or are you just going to keep it there?
We don't move it back, no, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so you all don't do the work yourself. You hire a vendor or someone local.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Well, there's something else I want to ask, but I'm just trying to make sure that I word it correctly. So if it breaks and you have to fix it, we are not aware of it. You all just go ahead on and just do what needs to be done.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That's what I wanted to know. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you. Councilman Warren, you recognized.
Yes, I'm just wanting to make sure, like, had you exhausted this line? Is that why you're coming to ask to move the money? You used to have money in this line, or you never had money in this line before?
So this is,
90,000 in there right
yes,
now.
90,000 from last year's 300,000 that we requested.
Yeah, well, so it makes sense to me in that. So what's going on is this is their emergency line. It's their day-to-day
Yes.
It's your checking account, okay? Yeah. And we know they've got a certain amount of emergencies that happen, and it's in the budget, and we budgeted that. Now they're saying we spent our checking account. We need to move from the savings account to the checking account.
Absolutely.
Okay, and so we need them to be able to do it because we don't want them to wait 2 or 3 weeks while our system is down to come and ask us for approval to fix it.
Yep.
So, all right, so I'm content. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Thank you. We got Okay, that's everyone in the queue. I think everyone understands. It makes sense to me that you all need this money and available for immediate use for when there is an emergency. So because we don't know if maybe a week or two before we come back and those things. So we understand. Yes, go ahead, Councilwoman Cooper said.
So we. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So every year we come for $300,000, right? Just to have money available. And I can give you instances where a truck ran over one of our fiber lines, and then the truck, they're not going to pay for it, but it's on the city to repair it. Well, sometimes the citizens don't really care who repairs it. They want to make sure they get online. So for me, I just want to make sure that we have the funds available to call our third-party vendor that we have a fiber break. It's been down for about an hour. I don't want it to be down for 2 days, so we can get to it quickly and repair it. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Wondering what the dollar amount is allowed in that fund, because you said you're at 90,000
Yes.
now. And so is 390 the amount that should be?
So we do maximum request every year $300,000, right? So 300,000 for the 90 that we are talking about is we are currently spending that right now because we have another emergency that we are going to use that for, but we are out, and so we just need this to continuously support some of our community centers and really any city facility that we have.
Thank you. Seeing no other council members in the queue, all those in favor of this item say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. The ayes have it, and this will go down with a favorable recommendation for our next meeting on September 1.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a good day. Lastly, we have an update on motor vehicle registration fee increase for MATA funding. All council districts requested by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. We don't need a motion since it's just an update. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, you're recognized.
Thank you. I just wanted to just kind of understand, and you're there, because when this was done, it was done in our budget, and it put a hardship on most of our citizens and community. It went from, I think, 130, to 160 something dollars, and with me being in the car tag place yesterday, I saw a lot of people that was really struggling. So I want to know where this money is, how much is in there, and if the fees, are the auto fees, thank you, are the auto fees collected by who, and who are they remitted to? Yes.
Sure. Art Davis, CFO, City of Memphis, 125 North Main. You're being handed right now a bar chart that shows the adopted budget and actual collections for FY 25, 26, 27, and also for FY 24, just as a matter of comparison. So you'll remember back in August of 24. Council approved an ordinance to increase the fees, and the expectation was that the revenue would double. Well, you can see in FY 25 there was a significant increase over 2024, but it was only to 16 million, leaving a $10 million gap. So the question is, why did that happen? Again, just as a reminder, the Shelby County Clerk's Office didn't implement the change until March of 2025. So we didn't get the full benefit of the year for that increase. Again, expecting to have an increase of double the amount from FY 24. In FY 26, the adopted budget remained at 26.6 million. So after a year of having the new fees in place, again, we see a significant increase in the amount of collections. It went to 21.4. However, it still did not double the anticipated budget. However, if you look at the 21.4 compared to the year before the ordinance was done, it's about $2 million short from doubling the actual. So there has been a significant increase. It just wasn't the 26 million that was expected when the ordinance was written. So understanding the trend, for FY27, we lowered the adopted budget to 21 million. And of course, we'll be monitoring the collections against that. I think the next question that is asked is, what are we doing to make sure that we get all of our money? So the money is collected by the Shelby County Clerk's Office, and each month they remit to us the previous month's collection. We get two different reports from them, one from a company called I3 Verticals, which is the processing company that provides us all the details of the transactions being processed. And then we receive an internal document from the clerk's office. We then reconcile those two reports to look for any deficiencies and to confirm that the amount being remitted matches these two independent reports. So we will continue. You heard me say a couple of weeks ago that one of the efforts of my tenure here will be to make sure that we collect all the money that is due to the city. We began doing that with the tax. I've sent y'all an email about some of the efforts we're doing that. And this will also extend to making sure that any of the agencies that are collecting money for us are reporting and that we're collecting that as well. We'll continue to reconcile the two reports. I've asked our team to start looking at monthly collections, both in number and in dollar value, so that we can see for trends over the last 3 years. And we can use that to monitor trends in FY27 moving forward. So are there any questions that I can answer at this point?
Yes, I have three.
Okay.
The first one is, did the city recoup any fees related to the 6-month delay in implementation?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, so we need to find that out. The second question is, was the impact of the increase codified from matter benefits? If so, where and when?
So are you talking about the ordinance that was
Yes.
passed for FY27?
Yes.
Okay, so
The ordinance, was it codified, specifically saying that this money will be, well, I don't have to explain to you what codified is. The question is, was the impact of the increase, and if you cannot answer, you can come back, or you can send me an email to let me know. Was the impact of the increase codified for matters benefit? If so, when and where?
I can't speak to any of the codification other than what was in the omnibus resolution that was passed for FY27.
Okay. So we need to look at that to see if it was codified. And my third question is, how has the additional revenue added the pursuit of matters operational stabilization?
So in the resolution that was passed for the FY27, the first $10 million for collections from the auto registration fee was to be used to fund MATA. It was not in addition to or replacement of the $32.6 million that was in that. So we have set up the accounting procedures to move that first $10 million for the support of that. $32.67 million support from the city for MATA.
Okay. And this was kind of strange to me. Even when this was brought up and done, I just had some time to meditate on it. I got my own paperwork here, got my own research done. If this is a Shelby County, because if this is Memphis, and Shelby County, Memphis is Shelby County, this should have been done on both sides, because who's taking the burden? Unincorporated Shelby County, it did not increase anything for them. But the poor citizen on Memphis city side, I was in the driver's license place yesterday, and most of them were elderly people because this is kind of around the first of the month. And the hardship that I saw, them taking that amount of money, and we talk about we want to relieve our people of any kind of burden or hardship. This is a huge hardship. I didn't agree with it when it happened, and I understand MATA is not a revenue generator. And we understand, and I understand that MATA has a lot of work, and it has come to a point where I'm just relieved and excited about what's happening with it now. But I'm just asking my colleagues, we're going to have to review this increase, look at it again, because it has caused a burden with food, medication, gas, and everything. When I went in Whitehaven, in that despicable place yesterday, and I sat in there with the constituents and heard their complaints about how expensive this is. And I don't even know if the trucks, because that was another thing that I was asking about back then, were the trailers and the trucks and all of this, where is that, what does that play a part in it? Was it an increase for them? Where is that money going? And see, it's a lot of unknown and you don't just burden one group of people and you don't burden the entire Shelby County. And this has been, it's just very disturbing to me, especially what I experienced and what I saw yesterday, to go pay a tag and you got 3 and 4 and 5 cars. And someone like me that has 3 vehicles. And so I really want the originator and us as the city council to really look at this and to really think about what was done to the people here and how it has impacted and affected them, and to really reconsider what has been done. I'm not trying to throw shade. I'm just talking about facts, what's happening in our country. And we're talking about all this and preaching about all of this, and we're wanting to reduce. This here is a hardship on the registration fees. And so we need to, those 3 questions, I need you to find out about the second one. And I will really want my colleagues to think about what happened and what has been done to the citizens here in Memphis with this registration increase. And then I need you to find out on the trucks, delivery trucks, all those other items that were on there, I want to know were they impacted and what that increase looked like. And I need a dollar amount on that as well. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you.
I yield.
Thank you. Let the record reflect that Councilwoman Green has joined us. Councilwoman Logan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Brief question. Thank you for this presentation, update rather. Would you say, or do you think it's premature to say that the 21 million is a trend? And I'm asking because I see that we reduced it to 21 million and the original was 26.6. And the only reason why we didn't reach it in the first year, FY25, is because they didn't start collecting. The second year showed a significant increase. It seems like it is trending up toward that 26, but to bring it down to 21 because it's trending, I heard you say it was trending, it seems to me is a bit premature to determine how it's trending after just 1 year.
I think that's a very good point. And typically when we're looking at a budget, we're looking at a 3-year average. Obviously, looking at a 3-year average here would not be a good, right, because we really had one, and it really wasn't a good year to do it. So I think for the FY27, we picked the 21 as where to land because we thought that was the most conservative since we had collected. But I do think that as we begin to look at this on a monthly basis, we'll be able to compare to the trend that we had last year to see if it is trending up. If we start seeing some trending up, then we can consider the full impact in the fiscal year of that trend. But I do think it's a little early to say whether we're going to have another increase, but I am very comfortable that putting it at the 21 million was the most conservative approach for the budget process. Sure.
Thank you. Seeing no other members in the queue, thank you so much, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, for requesting this presentation. We have no other matters before the Budget Committee, and this committee is hereby adjourned.
We had a lot of discussions last year and also earlier this year regarding maintenance and the need for a 5-year plan. I gave the 5-year plan, the need for additional funding. Of course, I was requesting additional funding, and then we received a decrease, which I understand many departments did. So for this year, what I'm asking is to use a portion of my project funds actually for some of that deferred maintenance, because regardless of the funding that we receive specifically for maintenance, it does not negate the fact that it needs to be done. The deferred maintenance that is specifically out of these project funds will be more so for upkeep to keep our current collection from going into blight. There will be several opportunities for us to clean the pieces, to touch them up. And from that particular pot of money, it wouldn't be any new installs. It would simply be going through our collection, which we do already have a listing of those pieces that need that extra care. Also, just want to give a shout out to MLGW and also Public Works. They have been amazing to work with, and they have been helping us with the piece that's in the entrance of the Tomley Park. That is going to be repaired. There's some pieces on it that have rusted over the years. I think that piece has been there 17 years. So, of course, it's time. But we had to get some water turned on. We had to get some other supplies out there, and was really grateful for that additional support. Thankfully, we do have a very good relationship with the different departments, so everyone pitches in to help, and we're grateful. For that piece, we wanted to, of course, get that one in tip-top shape because of the new museum coming into that space. We have 2 other projects that are very close to the museum that we will also be completing, one of which is the South Main Tower sign revitalization. That's the first one on the list of your chart. And that funding is specifically for the 3 towers that are on Main Street Mall. They are very outdated. They have not worked in several years. The lights are out of them. Urban Art Commission did not commission those projects, but because they are on city-owned property, we are going to revitalize them. So we'll allow an artist to reimagine what those pieces can look like. The bottom portions will remain the same because, of course, we don't want to spend funding on completely tearing it down and starting over, but it will get a new topper. They've already painted the bottom portion of it and repaired the bricks. So it's ready for us to reimagining the top of it where it says South Main Mall. For South Main Association, some other constituents in that area have approached us asking about some crosswalks, and they're also raising some private dollars to do some additional signs and things of that sort for that area, but it's specifically so that when someone's coming off of Bill Street, they have a reason to look down South Main, to continue walking to the shops, celebrating the local artists that are in that space, as well as those local businesses and some of the newer hotels. So this is also a part of tourism to ensure that we are, when people are coming into our downtown space, they actually see reasons to stay, to spend money, and to support our city. The last one for the downtown area is the Cossett Library, which is directly beside the new museum. And we have a set of 6 planters there that, unfortunately, right now, the unhoused are sleeping in, as well as we don't have any plants in them. So it is definitely a waste of space. But again, it's one of those situations where the planters are already there. They've already been put there. We're not going to spend money removing them, but we are going to turn them into functional art so that we can utilize that space and it not be an eyesore right beside this new development. Any questions so far?
You can keep going. We're keeping it cute.
Okay. Next is the City Traffic Safety Crosswalk Project. This was a project that we are also talking with city departments regarding, because we have a issue at the corner of Summer and Highland. It is actually recorded as one of our most dangerous intersections in the city. And we want to, again, use creative placemaking to ensure that we are bringing light to people needing to slow down and knowing which parts of the street where they're supposed to actually be crossing. The Cultural Heritage Mural Project, that is a project that is near and dear to my heart. I just wanted to specifically set aside some funds for us to have at least one project that would acknowledge cultural history of at least one of the communities that are underrepresented in our public art collection. So that may be Indian heritage, it may be Asian heritage, but wanted to ensure that we had some funding to be sure that all voices are heard. Pine Hill Community Center is the next one on the list, and there is a deteriorated mural that is on that wall that you can see from the golf course. We would like to remove that. It's been there probably close to 20 years. So I think it's been there 18 years to be exact. So we want to replace that one. And then the public art collection signage is because we have so many of our pieces that have aged and have no signage either because it has been removed or it was never placed there. We also have some newer projects that we just simply did not have the budget to create the proper signage, and we want to make sure that the City of Memphis emblem is on every piece in our collection. The deferred maintenance, that is the $45,000 that I'm asking to use from our project funds for maintenance. And again, that maintenance is mostly for just basic cleaning, upkeep, painting things that need to be cleaned up and things that need just a little bit of help. So these are no major maintenance projects, but this is just basic upkeep to add to the maintenance funds that were reduced for FY27. And that gives and then of course contingency just in case something happens. And that brings us to the 328, and then our project management fees are in the total that we are assigned, and that is the 18% by contract. Last but not least, I wanted to mention, I sent everyone a copy of our removal collection catalog. Hopefully you received it. This, just in case you didn't know what you were receiving, is the newest version of what we are putting into the public libraries. Every library in the city of Memphis has local artists in it. And this is the 2026 collection that was recently purchased. So these are all local artists that we did a direct purchase program with. So once a year we go and we ask artists to give us pieces of artwork that they've already created that we don't commission, and then we purchase from them to put them in public spaces to, again, highlight our local artists. The last sheet that you have that is in color, those are the different projects from the fellowship that was actually awarded in FY26. And the first 7 projects are the ones for each of the 7 districts. So there is a fellow that is associated with each district throughout the city. They have been doing their community service projects. They've gone into the communities. We had one in particular that went to Juneteenth event at Douglas Park. And she had a time, to say the least. I can show some pictures. She really had a time. And it was very good to see that the community embraced her and really was excited to see someone coming into their community that wanted to know more about the community itself before creating the artwork for them. That's it.
Wonderful, Director Collins. Thank you for joining us. And letting us know about all the updates from UAC. Let the record show that we've been joined by Councilwoman Logan, Councilman Ford Sr., and Chairwoman Swearingen Washington. And in the queue, we have Councilwoman Logan and then Chairwoman Swearingen Washington and Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for the update. So appreciated, and for the work that you do. My question first is, how do you determine, I see these projects, what is used, or what's the criteria to determine what the project will be?
So it's community driven, and the selection committee determines what the final product would look like. So the selection committee would be the individuals, which are all listed on our website. Every project we list the people that are on the selection committee, so you know who the decision makers were. We always try to get residents, business owners. We actually send the invite to all of City Council, and we make sure that the public knows that these meetings are happening. They're also recorded. And those conversations that the selection committee has is what forms what the artist will actually produce.
So how do we bridge beautification and public art? For instance, the Alcee Ball neighborhood markers will add art plus navigating or wayfinding or identification signs for the different communities. I know we often hear or we all hear from constituents as well as often say ourselves as council members that other communities, such as municipalities, they have beautiful flowers and they have different planters, along their roadway. I think I mentioned to you before, how do we bridge, because we need those or would like those in the communities inside of Memphis. And that could be seen as art as well. How do we bridge those two, or have you given any consideration to how we can use the public art dollars and have those artists that you work with also make art that could serve dual purpose, that could help with the beautification, that could help with bringing those types of things to our communities as well?
That's something that we have done in previous projects. Excuse me. Many of our projects do include other aspects, such as the Orange Mound, Welcome to Orange Mound sign that has a planter, that has additional flowers, that has a community that actually committed to keeping up with what's happening in that space. I think we do have several projects that are dual purpose, but I will say the communities that are more engaged are the ones that probably get more of the additional add-ons simply because they are willing to come together and help to maintain it. Such as in Orange Mound, they had a very solid selection committee that committed to ensuring that it would be maintained properly. We do also have, even with the crosswalks, as I spoke before, that's a safety issue. So we're working with the city to say, where do we have spaces where we know we need to put some type of artistic design to draw people's attention to where they should cross the road, when they should slow down. We also have a crosswalk that's going in at downtown elementary because there were several complaints of people coming over the hill and they didn't realize there was even a school there. So we're creating projects that are serving dual purposes with just about every project.
Okay, great. So if we did have an organization in our district that would like to partner to do some of those things, they would or to be a part of the maintenance of it, we could do more of those if you could identify some nonprofits or agencies that wanted to help.
Or even CDCs. I mean, we have
absolutely
community.
Okay, great. So I am very much interested and will be reaching out to you. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. You're back.
Thank you.
I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Chairwoman Swearengin Washington.
Yes, I wanted to share that, colleagues, that the percent for art ordinance requires that the Urban Art Commission receive 1% of the annual CIP in an amount not to exceed $1 million. And within the FY27 CIP budget being over $110 million, their allocation should have been $1 million. However, our former engineering administration would historically only advocate $400,000 to them. So they're in the back working on a resolution. I may have to just bring it back for executive, but I would like to transfer $512,000 in unused CIP allocations from project GA07018, which is FYMSCS upgrades, because we hadn't been utilizing those funds. And this is something that we could have and could evenly distribute between all of the districts and add some beauty into some of the spots that need it.
You said you're going to bring this to executive later?
Yes, because they're back there. I thought they would be up here by now, but they're not up here yet. So we may have to just do it in executive.
Okay. We'll add you to the queue. Okay. Thank you, Chairwoman. Is that all?
Yes.
Okay. We'll be looking forward to that resolution later.
Can you come back for executive?
I can.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton and then Councilwoman Green.
Thank you. Jonathan, can you pull up that picture for me, please? This is at Austin P. and in Raleigh. I think this is your district. And I just heard our chairwoman said that she's going to allocate some funding, and this needs to be fixed.
I agree. I've already reached out to MATA. We didn't get a response, but
Well, I'm responding
yes,
for
know.
MATA right now.
Yes.
And I'm sitting in this place because that is in our community, Our constituents sit there, and we need that fixed ASAP for weatherization reasons and just for presentation as well. And so I guess after we get this resolution and we look at what needs to be done, we need to get that fixed ASAP.
Yes, ma'am.
It's what? It's on what?
Order.
It's on order?
Yes.
Perfect.
Yes.
Perfect.
Yes.
Perfect.
When it was brought to our attention, and
Yes.
as he spoke it, there were a lot of people that were concerned and readily looking to fix it. Of course, we have some drawbacks to it not being our particular property, but I'm very thankful to hear that it's already being ordered. We did also look into it and got some quotes. So yes, and there are several other projects that are in queue. How would you all like to see those updates? Because of course I send emails, but I know you get a million emails. Would you like for me to come quarterly, or because I can create a presentation of like our current maintenance projects, our current projects that are in queue, so that like if I had a presentation today that would have been in my queue and I would have been able to say like we have that in line.
Director Collins, is a quarterly maintenance update, whether you want it by email, you want her in person, what do you?
She's like Collins.
I'm sorry, Edwards. I'm sorry. I know another Lakeisha. I know Lakeisha Collins. I'm sorry.
Yes.
This is so important. This is part of the presentation of our city and what it looks like.
And we are tracking it. We send it actually to the engineering division weekly. We give a weekly report. I don't know who sees it or you know who has access to it, but we do send it to the Department of Engineering, specifically Michael Swindle and Deborah Higgins. But we send it to them every Wednesday.
Is that possible to send that report to council as well?
Yes.
Okay. Director Edwards.
Yes, of course.
Okay. Thank you, Chairwoman. You're welcome, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. And thank you, Director Edwards. It's only two Lakeishas in my phone. Y'all the only two. Chief Winton, can you talk about the when you see things like that, what Councilwoman Cooper Sutton put up, who's actually in charge of repairing or maintaining that? Because it's a MATA bus stop with a UAC art that's on city sidewalk. So who's in charge of that?
No,
when we see things like that.
Excellent question. So when that came through, I actually reached out to the director over matter, Rod, and we spoke about it. He said yes, it's already come to his attention. We couldn't replace that window, so you had to replace the whole thing, which is already on order.
So when the whole thing is replaced, who pays for the art to go back on?
That's we need to follow up and confirm, but it would likely be right here, the urban art.
That would come from the maintenance funds for.
Okay. So it's definitely, as Chairwoman Swearengin Washington, and she says if it's a gap in that, and that includes maintenance, things such as this would also be included in that budget, even though you don't have your full complement of what you need. Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you, Chief. That's all I wanted to ask you.
Oh,
that's easy, that period. Okay. Well, Councilwoman Lowe, so you can stay. Councilwoman Green.
Thank you. I wanted to thank you for the opportunity to be at the ribbon cutting for the Chelsea flood wall. If you haven't had a chance to go out and see it, it's gorgeous. And to the points have been made here today, especially Councilwoman Logan, it's a great way for a dual purpose to happen, for us to incorporate something that is structure and safety and keeps that neighborhood from floods, but also infuses art. And Mayor Young was there and spoke. And he talked about his visits to like Detroit, and he asked them, how do you turn things around? And the leadership there specifically mentioned public art. They said when you have public art from local artists, then people start caring about the neighborhood. They start caring about that one space, then it spreads to other spaces, and then that helps investors come because they can see the vision of what the neighborhood can be, and the people in the neighborhood can see the vision of what you can be. So I love learning about all the different places that we have this, and that is, I mean, I don't even know how many hours were put into the Chelsea floodwall, because it is a mile long and it is double-sided. And the one section that I was standing in front of was the kids part, where we had students actually design and do panels, which is also really very, very cool. So thank you for letting me be a part of that. Thank you for doing this because, and to your point, this is the way that other places who have dug their way out of blight issues, they have started with the public art. And so it is important that we invest in it properly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And I actually had on my list to shout out Director Edwards for her work at the Chelsea Green Line as well. It was years before we got that money to be able to do that. And so I'm glad that you made that a priority, and also the other projects that are on your list as well. Chairwoman, did you want to add anything before we close out this item?
I'm still fussing about our snake. Can you do anything to help us with that? That paint Memphis.
Who owns the property? Like what piece of property?
We need to find out. Chief, it's on Lamar, off of Willette, and Paint Memphis, which is one of the organizations, colleagues, that's asking for grant funding. Put a big snake or rat. No, it's a rat. It's a rat on the wall. And that's right around the corner from Roselle Elementary School, going to the medical district, and it looks horrible. So we want to make sure that when people are putting murals up, that colleagues, that we're looking at it to see what the plans are, exactly, what the art looks like. It can't be just a sign-off thing, but we really have to be engaged to know what's going on.
I agree. So there are some kind of safety points for Urban Art Commission that prevents that from happening. So number one, we have a community engagement piece with our selection committee. UAC does not make those determinations. We actually ask the community to give their vote and to talk to the artists and have that direct say-so. Number two, we have a PAOC committee, so Public Art Oversight Committee. They meet once a month. Those meetings are also public, and we submit the recordings every month. And that is for a committee that there is, I know Summer attends those meetings, but we also have two other individuals that are appointed by City Council. One person is appointed by the mayor, and then of course my board chair and myself and my team just there as advocates. But that also is a place where that committee has to sign off on the schematic design, the final design, and also the fabrication. And then on top of all of that, we have those projects on our website so people know what's coming. We also put signs out so people know what's coming, public art coming soon, so that people know who to reach out to. But there are other organizations that create public art that do not have those processes in place. We had a conversation about that once before in regards to who actually reviews that, and that does not come through our Public Art Oversight Committee. So I'm not exactly sure what that process looks like, but it is very different from what Urban Art Commission does.
Well, we thank you for your high standards. And Chief, we need you to follow up with this to see what our next steps can be.
And last but not least, I just wanted to add in that the City of Memphis will be on display and celebrated on a national scale for our public art collection. I've been asked to speak at the CODA Summit, which is an international summit. This year it's in Santa Fe, New Mexico. So I will be speaking on our projects, one in particular, South City, because that is a project that during the Creative Placemaking Summit, we had people from throughout the region coming into our space, really impressed with what we were able to do in that space. The before and after pictures are just mind-blowing because most of us know what that area used to look like, and now it has mosaics and murals and crosswalks and sculpture, and it's really something that I feel is really serving that community well. So looking forward to speaking on behalf and representing City of Memphis and Santa Fe in September.
Just know that your home is the City of Memphis.
Director, also, before Councilwoman Logan gives our last comment for this item, before our second item, I don't see the new Chicago replacement signage on the list.
That's from FY26.
Okay.
These are only new projects for FY27. And that's why I was mentioning that I could give that full listing because we've got lots of projects that are in progress. Okay. And that's another community that is very engaged and we're super excited for because New Chicago is really needing some love right now. There's a lot of blight in that area. And we've also been working with the city to even get the grass cut in certain spaces because what I tell the individuals that we work with in these communities, when you get public art, you get me. I come with it. And when I come into a neighborhood, if they say, hey, they're not picking up our trash, hey, they're not, cutting the grass over here, I'm invited, thankfully, to the COO meetings every 2 weeks. So when I have an issue, I have every director in the city right there at the table, and I go to bat for my neighborhoods because I want them to know that they're getting more than public art. They're getting an advocate.
I love that, Director. Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. Quick question. How do citizens report repairs that are needed for the art? Say, there's a sculpture that the artist Miss Bobo did. Yvonne. Is that a part of your project? Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yes. So they would just reach out to us directly. They can either email me at lakeisha@uacmem.org. They can hit our info@uacmem.org. And all of my contact information is on our website, including my cell phone number.
Just contact or email you the location and all of that information. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman, and thank you, Director Edwards, and for the work that you do. Colleagues, our second item on the agenda. Our second item on the agenda is presentation on the I Am a Man Plaza, requested by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Whoever is representing that, please come forward. We can hear from you this morning. And Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, if you want to speak, beginning and end, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. I met you're the one did I meet you? Yes, I met you, and he shared I Am a Man Plaza, protecting the Memphis landmark, and I just wanted you to come in to present and share the importance of what this project means and what your plans are and what your need is as well. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Make sure that mic is on for us, sir. Okay.
Good afternoon, Council. I hope you all are well. My name is Stephen Fox. I am the commission poet and also the community engagement officer and somewhat of a civic producer of the I Am a Man Plaza that was commissioned back in 2017 by the city of Memphis. We are in year 7 of the project, really year 8. So today I'm just coming to give you a presentation on protecting our Memphis landmark. And so the presentation is very, very short. I really, really sincerely appreciate what you all have done thus forth in this council meeting. Ms. Cooper Sutton, thank you for your engagement. At early voting, I sought you out. And you told me exactly what to do, and I like processes, so this is a part of one of those processes. So I'm going to walk you all through this presentation. There's an ask at the end, and then we'll open up to questions, comments, concerns. If you want to know more how I was involved in the project, feel free to ask that. This is not about me. This is about us right now, so we'll go forth with this.
Mr. Fox.
Yes, ma'am.
If you would be so kind as to ensure we have a sort of abbreviated presentation.
Sure.
Since we all have it in front of us and in our information.
No problem.
Thank you.
Welcome. This I Am a Man Plaza is an initiative. So you know where it's located, next to historic Claiborne Temple. It was created to commemorate the 1968 sanitation workers' strike and the assassination of Dr. Martin Luther King. It centers around the declaration of the global symbol of I Am a Man. And it was opened during MLK 50 in commemoration. It is 53,000 square feet of marble, granite, stainless steel, stone. Of course, there's a history that's embedded throughout the plaza, right? The central sculpture is the I Am a Man Plaza sculpture, bronze, stainless steel, laser cut. I've been to the mountaintop speech embedded in it. It has got the historical quotations, the names of the sanitation workers and the public workers on the wall that mimics the Vietnam Veterans Plaza. The community decided that they wanted to change that, so we changed it. There's the AFSCME timeline that's in an ellipse around it. There's interpretive text and artistic elements, specifically a poem that I curated with about 150 members of 4 different communities at 4 different workshops. And then, of course, you have the surrounding area, which is a public gathering space. You can roll to the next slide. So the plaza, of course, as we all know, is both a memorial and a living civic space. It's a place of remembrance, and it's an education resource. It's a tourist destination for residents and visitors. It's a setting of public programs and commemorations, whether they're in the past or they're going to be in the future. And it's a nationally relevant symbol that's rooted in Memphis and has an international reach. The plaza has gone without planning and routine maintenance. Approximately it's been about 7 or 8 years of deferred maintenance that requires a coordinated action. There is a detailed 92-page maintenance plan that comes along with it. I can send that over to you. Routine maintenance is described in the plan, et cetera, et cetera. The UAC, this sits inside of the UAC portfolio. It is a city-owned property. There is no formal agreement or MOU or actual plan on the execution of the maintenance. There has been some meetings to gather all of this information. And the full condition and the cost of work, I had a meeting with John Jackson last night, and we've come up with round figures, but we still need to not actually but we need to verify those inside of a spreadsheet with a team of stakeholders. So this is really about stewardship and structure. Of course, we know that we have a critical gap. The plaza needs a clearly documented responsibility, appropriate funding, and professional conservation oversight. I have begun to facilitate these discussions, and I have all of the documents that we need to go forward in order to do this. This slide that you're seeing on the screen now is a stewardship structure, right? The current status or the suggested status is on the right. The responsibilities lie on the left. It's a pretty much streamlined process. And these are the things that we can put into place to make sure that this one specific city-owned piece of property and memorial, right, is accountable and taken care of.
Mr. Fox, pause on that
Sure.
last slide.
Mm-hmm.
Director Edwards, are you aware of the information on this slide? Okay. Director Bowden, are you aware of the information on this slide? Okay. You can proceed, Ms. Fox.
Yes, ma'am. So the strategy that I've come up with after some time in nonprofit grant making and administration is, number one, I kind of switched these around on the one that I have, is a philanthropic partnership. I've already been in talks with Caroline Kubler of the Community Foundation of Greater Memphis. The idea is to begin an endowment, right? Not to continually have money coming out of the city budget, but to move to have the city fund an endowment. So other ideas are institutional and foundational support from the local, state, regional, national, and international, and also sustainable future funding, right? Specifically, an example of that is Elliot Perry's grandfather was involved in the 1968 sanitation workers' strike. So this is a very easy discussion for him to talk about moving money into a specific thing. For instance, a specific endowment housed at the Community Foundation of Greater Memphis. Of course, the city responsibility bullet points are up there because this is a UAC city partnership. So those are just things about the assessment that needs an allocation, the deferred maintenance that has already been discussed prior, right? And just kind of like those things that are already existing, right? Looking at it through the lens of I Am a Man Plaza gives us an opportunity to laser focus how we're going to implement this process. You can go to the next slide. So my initial ask specifically for the I Am a Man Plaza is we're asking for the Memphis City Council to initiate a responsible assessment in the funding process. And what that will entail is to support a comprehensive professional condition assessment of the I Am a Man Plaza based on the 92-page maintenance plan that has this very, very comprehensive. It's structural, hardscape, softscape, etc. right? And this assessment should produce a documented inventory of its current conditions, the immediate stabilization and the recommendations, a prioritized restoration and repair scope, a reliable cost estimate, right? A recommended recurring maintenance budget that doesn't necessarily have to be a recurring year-to-year maintenance budget. My vision is to have it come immediately and then move it directly into the community foundation of Greater Memphis so that you can take it off of the books, and I will go fundraise the rest of the money that is necessary to fund it in perpetuity for the next 200 years or so. And then, we just have the clarifications of all of the agencies and the departments that are responsible for doing this, right? Very structured, very organized, very streamlined, very efficient.
Thank you, Mr. Fox, and thank you, Councilwoman. Oh, you're not done.
Oh, this is just the decision. There's only 2 slides left, right? This decision creates a path forward. That's just the structure, right? That's just the 1, 2, 3 step plan, right? So this, we created this. This was a comprehensive community approach. It was not one person that created this. There was Memphians. There was people from other places. So I just respectfully ask the committee to commit to identifying the appropriate city council representatives to work with. And so we can begin the professional assessment and get the right allocations in place so that we can go ahead and move forward. And maybe this becomes I'm not sure. I could be right. I like to be wrong, but I could be right and I could be wrong. Maybe this is the model for how we do business in regards to city parks and public art going forward. And maybe it's the model city-wise, county-wise, state-wise, regionally, and nationally. I don't know what's going on internationally because I don't spend a lot of time there, but I think that we can build this model and move it forward with the right people at the table and the support of you all.
Well, thank you, Mr. Fox, for bringing this, and also Councilwoman Cooper-Sutton for bringing this to our attention. If you just go back to the last slide, just to put it on there for your, just as a focus on it, I think it would be most efficient and productive if Mr. Fox, and I don't know if Councilwoman, you're continuing with him in this effort, but since it is city property, to get with our Parks Director, Mr. Justice Bolden, and probably our COO, Winton, to be able to move forth on the steps and recommendations that you had on the prior 2 slides. And then if there is something that comes forth that we need to make a decision on, or to give us an update on that progress, to be able to bring it back so that we can know what's been put forth of planning. Director Edwards said she was aware of the information. Director Bolden said he was not. So that needs to be the person that I would say the next step is, and then ensuring that it's done with the utmost efficiency through the ways of city administration and seeing where city council steps in to support and or just is being aware. Councilwoman Cooper-Sutton, did you want to add anything else?
No, I thank you for seeking me out. Had no idea who he was. I'm glad to have given you an opportunity to bring this presentation forward. And now you can be connected with the right people and not just out there wondering where you need to start or where you need to begin, because the I Am project is very important. What we cannot do is just talk about it and then not be about it. Only when Black History Month comes up, and then we have a whole city-owned piece of property that we have not.
So, Councilwoman, are you going to be the triangular liaison between administration and Mr. Fox to keep us aware of?
I sure
on top
can
of
be. That's no problem. As long as I'm here for the next 2 years, I sure will be.
You might be here a little longer. So, okay, we're gonna do that. Thank you. Also, just as last piece of business in this committee, you will be seeing an executive committee from Chairwoman Swearingen Washington, and I asked to be added as a co-sponsor. Is she drafted a resolution to amend our fiscal year 27 CIP to comply with public art program, but we'll be seeing that in executive committee since it's a budgetary item. Seeing no further business in this committee is adjourned.
Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, and Committee Chair Warren.
Thank you. Colleagues, we have 9 items on the agenda, but I just want to let you know it is not as daunting as it appears. Most of these items are just allocating money that has already been assigned in our CIP for these projects. So, Director, you have the floor.
Good morning. Justice Bolden, Memphis Parks Director, 2599 Avery. We have a total of 9 resolutions. I'll start with the first.
Can I have a motion for approval? Moved by Walker, seconded by Cooper Sutton. Go right ahead.
Okay. And that's to appropriate $3.1 million for FY27 to Jesse Turner Park. This is District 4, Super District 8.
Seeing no questions, all those in favor?
All in favor?
Aye. Any opposed? Chairs and aye. That passes. Item number 2, please.
Okay, this resolution is for FY27 CIP Zoo Major Maintenance resolution to allocate and appropriate $1,250,000 for this project. District 5, Super District 9.
Moved by Ford, seconded by Swearingen Washington. Seeing no discussion, all those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Chair is also an aye. That passes. Item number 3 is a resolution to allocate appropriate funds of $500,000 for FY 2027 Kennedy Park improvements, project PKTBD, contract construction, District 1, Super District 9, sponsored by administration. Moved by Ford, seconded by Swearingen Washington. I'd let the record show Councilwoman Logan is with us. Okay, all those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? That passes. Item number 4 is a resolution to allocate and appropriate funds of $500,000. Critical Park Needs Fund. It goes for furniture, et cetera, to the various areas. It's all council districts, sponsored by administration. Moved by Ford, second by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Any discussion, questions? All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Chairs an aye. That passes. Item number 5 is a resolution allocating appropriate and transfer funds of $250,000 for FY 2027 CIP MRPP cover line contract project number GA 07002 contract construction for FY 27 CIP Riverfront Park Improvement and Maintenance project number GA 07009 contract construction. Super District 7, District 8, moved by Ford, seconded by Swearingen Washington. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Chairs an aye. That passes. Item number 6 is a resolution allocating appropriate funds of $500,000 for FY 27 CIP Wolf River Greenway Phase 5C project number PK 07127. District 7, Super District 9, moved by Ford, seconded by Swearingen Washington. No discussion. All those in favor, please say aye. Chairs an aye. That passes. Item number 7 is a resolution allocating appropriate funds of $500,000 for Overton Park Metal Museum project number PKTBD contract construction, District 5, Super District 9. Moved by Ford, seconded by Swearingen Washington. No discussion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Chairs an aye. That passes. Item number 8 is a resolution allocating appropriate funds of $150,000 for FY 27 CIP Pine Hill Golf Course netting. Project number PK to be determined. District 6, Super District 8, moved by Ford, seconded by Swearingen Washington. No discussion. Let the record show Councilwoman Green is with us. That passes. Chair was an aye also. Okay, and did I call the vote? I did, right? Well, let's have the vote for that. All those in favor? Aye. And chairs and aye also. Okay, that passes. All right. Last one is a resolution allocating appropriate funds of $750,000 for FY 27 CIP, Levitt Shell Improvements, project number GSO 1050, contract construction District 5, Super District 9, moved by Ford, seconded by Green. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Chairs and I, and colleagues, if possible, since these are things that they're going to actually be doing, and we're just giving them money, could we possibly send them down with same night minutes so they can get started without objection? Okay, we'll send those down without objection. Are there any other items to come before the Parks Committee? If not, we are adjourned. Thank you, guys. And we are
Present.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, Councilman Warren, Councilwoman White, Chair Smiley.
I'm here. At least I think I am. Okay, I'm here. We have two items on the agenda today. Item number one, resolution to appropriate FY 27 allocations in the amount of $150,000 in CIP project number GA01028, Mud Island Amphitheater District 7 Administration, sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion second? Moved by Council Chairwoman, seconded by Councilman Ford. Director, floor is yours, sir.
Good morning, Council. Melvin Jamerson, Director General Services, 125 North Main Street. So this resolution is for funding, to repurpose funding for repairs down in Mud Island Amphitheater. Based on the FY 27 budget approval, I am requesting the authorization to move the approved $150,000 from the Harbor Docks project to the Mud Island Amphitheater project GA01028. And again, this action simply implements the funding reallocation previously approved by the City Council. Thank you.
Any questions by this body? This is something that we discussed at length during budget meeting. All right, Dr. Warren, the floor is yours.
Real quick, what was that money going to be used for at the docks, and what are our plans as far as replacing that intervention?
So I'm not sure what exactly the funding was used for at the docks, but this was some funding that was residual dollars left over after the project was completed.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, Councilman Ford.
Yes, sir.
Mike, sir. Thank you, sir.
You mentioned docks, okay? Where's those docks? Give me the line. Do you have it?
I do not have that information. That was a public works project that had some residual funds left over, so we'd have to get somebody from public works.
Chief's ready.
There we go.
You new to this, but you listen. Prepare. Chief, floor is yours.
Art Davis, Chief Financial Officer, City of Memphis, 125 North Main. So the Harbor Dock projects begin at Beale Street Landing and go to Green Belt. So it includes all of the facilities from Beale Street Landing to Green Belt.
All the way down?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The reason why I'm asking this question now, okay? Dr. Warren? You know, there was looking at Viking coming in here, okay? Cruise ship. Okay, I need you to check that, okay? Because we're going to move some money and then we're going to eliminate somebody trying to come here. Okay? I need to make sure on all of that, okay? Because that's why I said docks.
We don't want to stop the dock. We don't want to stop the boats.
No,
Is that what you're saying?
You already told us the last meeting that, hey, they got some that's already sitting there. So we don't want to stop progress in Memphis. I don't want Arkansas, Mississippi getting a lot of different things where Memphis should be, okay? Because we keep selling ourselves out. Quit selling us out to everybody else, okay? Because I'm going to pull the numbers while y'all selling us out, okay? But I need you to check that, okay? Because that's very important.
So I can address that today.
Okay.
So there are two docks where the cruise lines actually dock. That is at Beale Street Landing and also Greenbelt. So the project for Greenbelt actually adds another dock there. So now we can have two different docks or two different boats docking there at the same time. So that increased the capacity of that. As far as the Beale Street Landing goes, that was a major repair and modification project. And so when the projects are completed, we will be able to have 3 cruise boats in Memphis at the same time. And that should be sufficient to do the cruise lines. Originally, there were 3 cruise companies that were coming to Memphis. One went into bankruptcy, and so there's only 2, which is American Cruise Lines, ACL, and Viking. And Viking is docking now at Greenbelt.
Right, because I was part of that coming in here, okay? And I really want them to come on and keep on doing what they're doing because, you know, we got the nicest, well, it was, I ain't gonna say that no more. I really can't. I'm being honest, okay, because I'm kind of pissed off with them because they kind of messed up things, okay? And I started with them 20-some years ago, okay? With our riverfront, we had the most beautiful riverfront. It's kind of ugly to me right now. Okay, I'm just being honest. Okay, if you go down there and look at it and the way it used to be, it's not that way anymore. And then that's why I say I'm tired of these people coming in and they getting all this money and it's about them and not about the city of Memphis, okay? I got issues. I'm gonna have issues for the next year and 3 months. Okay? I'm gonna have real issues. Okay? And I'm talking about from the riverfront development. I helped start with the riverfront development. And I'm gonna give y'all a little scenario on something. You know, playgrounds. Why should one entity pay $99,000 for a playground and the city of Memphis pay almost $500,000 for the same playground? Huh? See where I'm coming from? That's not the only thing that I'm looking at right now, okay? Yeah, but it's a lot, whereas that's 300 some odd more $1,000. Who getting it? Hello? You know, I'm having issues with that. This city can't grow because of bad people. Everybody wants something and don't want to give nothing back. And I'm talking about some of these rich folks that we've given all these different things to. It's time for them to come to the plate and give some back. But you know what? If they had any sense, if you bring the city up, it's not going to do anything but help them. They make more money. But, you know, we keep giving and helping and doing and this, that, and the other. And, hey, they give us the short end of the stick. Okay? It's time out for that. That's why I said this year in 3 months, I'm going to give them hell. Because I want what we have given them back. Okay? Because they have not given anything to this city. None but run people away down there to South Haven, all the way to Nesbit now. You know, I'm just being honest. And then over there to Arkansas, hey, that's what they're doing to us. It gives me a flashback when we had, I don't mind calling his name out because I ain't never liked him anyway. Dick Hackett was the mayor. He was the beginning. Him and Jerome Rubin, council person, 2 people, sold Memphis out. Okay? They went to South Haven. That's what they started. And you know, and when I was on the council, just to show you how bad we are, we had them on all our damn boards. I stopped that. How can you have him on our board and he's down there? Okay? He's on all of them. Every one of them. Okay? But he was taking everything to South Haven. That's why it's grown up. You know, everything else. All you have to do is just go down there to South Haven, their arena, Lander Center. Oh, shuck. They say, hey, thanks, Memphis, for giving us everything. That's what has happened. Okay? That's why we got to be careful and keep some of this stuff here. We were talking about the Coliseum. That's one thing that we own. We can give everything else away. Okay? We've given our football stadium away, Liberty Park. We have given everything to everybody else. And you think they care about us? Nope. They don't care. But it's time, and we got you. Hey, let's get it together. And I think y'all will, because y'all on top of things, okay? Y'all are really on top of things, and we need everybody to come to the plate. And hey, and ma'am, I want you to hear me today. I can be a friend, and I can be a worst nightmare. I'm sending that message to everybody. Because, you know, with me, I call myself retired. I don't care about nobody and how they feel about me. I've done my time, everything else. But I want this year and 3 months to be worthwhile for the city of Memphis because, you know, I was born and raised here. And I'm old. And, hey, I'm going to spend at least another 5 years, if I can, to kind of make sure this city has grown and done what it's supposed to do. Going back all the way to my Southwest twin, slowed it down. Should have been finished. My man, he gone. Finally got it. Hey, Westwood, our pool. Hey, finally got it over. But you know what? But the thing about it, I was pissed off about, to an extent, our children back in school. They need to be learning, not swimming. Okay? But it was late. It's beautiful, but late. Okay? We keep doing things after the fact and late. Okay? We need to be on time. That's one reason why I'm just talking about our cruise. I don't want anything to interfere if they want to come here, because they asked to come here. We didn't go to them. I was in the meetings, okay? Yeah, last administration. Yeah, so we don't want to lose nothing when somebody say, I want to come. Hey, you know, I'm going to give y'all a real good example. We talking about the hotel down here with our convention center. Some of y'all wasn't born then, probably. But it was asked, and they wanted to sit down and say, let's see who we going to let open up a hotel. One person. You should have opened the door to all of y'all want to come. I got a spot here, spot here, spot here, spot here. Maybe this has been a convention center town. But we end up wanting to choose one person, and when it was built, it was too small and you couldn't accommodate but few people. That's how we think. We think ourselves down. We need to start thinking ourselves up. Atlanta was a little hick town, worse than Memphis. They finally got themselves together and said, we need to do something. And look, it took off and hey, it won't stop. But you know what? We stop all of our stuff. We stop. And like I said, we got some bad people around here to help. But, and meaning bad, what are they doing to keep us down for somebody else? I hate to go over there at Getwell, Holmes Road, going south to Mississippi. I see Memphis. Go drive down there. Whole brand new town that we gave them. They come back up here and work and do everything and go right back down there. Okay? We don't have nothing. Nothing. Nothing but keep on telling we got to go up on taxes for our people, okay, that they can't afford. And hey, and it's our black people, to be honest. We're the ones that end up paying everything because we the only ones in the city and the others move out on that line where they still ain't got to pay but one tax, okay? But they come back in here. We wanted to do a toll thing to Mississippi. I'm to be honest with y'all. We couldn't because there's 50 ways to get to Memphis. Somebody need y'all, since I mentioned that. We closed off a street, okay, where Old Dominion is. I need y'all to get on that for me. Everybody that's in Memphis is being flooded out. Beautiful homes down there. I need engineering to get with them in Old Dominion because we're having so much problem they won't come to the plate. Maybe they need to move. But what they end up doing when they opened Old Dominion up, they built everything up high. So if it rained, hey, all this nice neighborhood is being flooded out. They won't even return a phone call. So whatever we have to do to deal with that, I'm just saying, because I thought about that in the end. But that's how they do us, okay? They're on that line, okay? And we had it closed off because they were talking crazy to us and just said, let's just close it off. It was just closed off until Old Dominion got the property and they built it up, messed up things for us, not Mississippi part. Okay? I live in Memphis, not in Mississippi. I don't live over in Arkansas. Okay? I like both of them, but I'm looking out for Memphis right now. Okay? I'm going to be quiet because I got a lot of other things to say when it comes down to monies this time. because we're going to find some millions and millions where we can do something here in Memphis. And I appreciate both of y'all helping me try to find that money. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Ford. I think we all could use a history lesson. You mentioned, what was the council member's name? What was the council member's name?
Jerome Rubin.
All right, thank you. I think, was anybody else in the queue? Because I don't even remember.
We're excited about receiving this $150,000.
All right, so all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Thank you.
Thank you, Council.
Director, you didn't expect that, huh?
Well,
Yes, sir.
I just want to make sure I don't want to give up something for something else, okay?
All right, the reason that we're all here. You get to stay here, Chief? You know, there's a lot of places I'd like to be, not in that seat. All right, item number 2. Notice of credit rating downgrade for the city sanitary sewage system revenue bonds. All council districts requested by the administration. There's no motion needed. Chief, Deputy Chief.
Thank you. Art Davis, CFO, City of Memphis, 125 North Main. I want to start from from the back side of this rather than from the front side. I want everyone to understand that we went from a A+ to an A, and people may say, well, that's still good. Well, when I was growing up and I would bring home an A+, my parents were very excited. When I brought home an A, they said, Art, you're not doing the best that you can do. So A is not acceptable. We need to get back to the A+ that we earned. And I just want you to know, as a commitment of my office, that we're going to do what we can to increase that. We've talked to S&P and said, how can we go back to a stable rating? How can we improve that? And there are 2 different ways that they're going to be looking at. One is the cash reserve, and then the other is the collections and the capital spending. So I look at that, I'm not going to say on a daily basis, but I can say without doubt that I'm looking at this on a weekly basis, working with Director Morgan to make sure that we are operating within the revenue that we have, and I am giving all of the attention to that. The rating downgrade was based basically on the fact of liquidity and the debt coverage and the concerns around the infrastructure. None of this was really, it should be a surprise. We had to have the loan at the end of the last year that brought us up to a cash position in the positive, about 3.6. And as of yesterday, I'm going to start with the bad, but listen to it before you draw conclusions. We had a negative claim on cash of $13 million. However, we have $22 million invoiced out that we will receive. So we truly have $22 million invoiced out. So we have $9 million in cash. That's what you need to hear. Okay? So there's 2 different things here. One is what the cash flow.
Chief, so
yes,
we have claims out expecting people to pay.
Yes.
But if they don't pay, we don't have $9 million.
Well,
go ahead. You go ahead.
I was going to say, that $22 million, we're not expecting it from ratepayers. We're expecting it from EPA, from the state of Tennessee, through TDEC for the ARPA grants.
What's usually the net return? Like if I send out an invoice to some of my clients, they may take 3-4 months to pay me.
Right.
And then I have those other clients, as soon as I send an invoice out, they pay. I'm concerned about some of the organizations you said in terms of paying their bills. The current folks who owe us money, what is usually the turnaround time for them paying their invoices?
So EPA normally pays us, reimburses us up to twice a month. So no problem there. TDEC through the SRF program, reimburses us about every 6 weeks, so like a month and a half. And then with the ARPA grant, it takes about 2 to 3 months to get reimbursed. And that's where the majority of the $22 million is coming from. It's all through the ARPA grant.
So as of, without the invoices, how much money we have right now?
There's a negative claim on cash without those of 13 million.
The negative claim on cash, negative what?
13 million.
Negative 13 million, got it. All right, and then once people start paying us, we'll be back in the positives.
That's right.
All right, back in the green. Cool. All right, I'm done. I'm
Okay.
sorry for interrupting.
No. And so, again, what we are looking at is different ways to help finance some of these large purchases and having the timing differences. We also need to look at what our cash flow is going to be. Currently, we're collecting about $7 to $8 million a month. With the increase in rates that was approved that started in August, we should start seeing an increase in that number in September when the money is remitted to the city. So we'll be looking at those trends and seeing that we don't have any of the issues with collections and payments and the increased rates. So again, this is very, very important. When I became CFO, I met with the staff and I said, there's 3 things that really work for me. One is never let me get caught off guard. So today, I think you've heard me say it before, but I'm going to say it again. I am not going to let you get caught off guard, period. I hope you've seen that by some of the emails that I've sent unsolicited, but my goal, and I will commit, is you will not be caught off guard. The second thing is always tell the truth. And we may not like what we want to hear in this room, but you will hear the truth, and we will deal with it and figure out a way to be successful or continue the success. And then the third thing we all do anyway, and that is just simply do your job. So again, it's not what anyone wanted. I never wanted to bring home an A because I knew I could do an A+. We don't like having this downgrade, but we are going to do what we can to get the rating back up and not say, oh, we're still in A, we're still in investment grade, and make excuses for the downgrade. That's not how I operate. I'll take any other questions.
First, Councilman Warren, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. On this, it was sort of my impression that we were moving enough money from one fund to the other that we would have cash flow. So we've done that, right? We have cash flow. And now what we're waiting on is we're waiting on people to pay us back and for us to build up the amount of equity in the fund so we'll have cash flow in both funds and we'll be able to pay that other fund back. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, how many years is that going to take?
So the $9 million scheduled right now has a payment in June of 2028. That's the $9 million. And the other one is a payout with a payment for the next 4 years of $7.6 million. And I've built those payments into the cash flow so that we can ensure that we're not only being able to repay the fund, but also build the cash reserves that you were mentioning.
So to get back to the position we were in before we had those emergencies, that we took it out of our, I guess our cash deposits instead of floating a bond for it. So how long does it take us to get back to that position?
I think it's going to be at least 4 years.
A 4-year project. Yes. Okay, that's what I needed to know. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, Councilwoman Cooper, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And you may have to take these questions with you and just email them back to me. But the first question I have is, what is the projected monthly revenue based on the August 26th fee increase? Do you have that available?
No, but I get
Okay,
that.
thank you. My second question is, what and where are the sources for those projections? My third question is, what is the sewer fund's financing strategy in the event of a catastrophic failure? My next question is, can the sewer fund even afford to utilize the remaining grant funds? And if not, approximately how much will be forfeited? I'm still going to say what I said when I think this was brought up in budget. There's a gap missing. There's a story not being told. I'm still doing some research because there is going to be an increase. Am I correct?
Yes.
That's going to hit the people bill again. Something happened. I'm still doing the research. Something happened long before I even got here, long before I probably ever got interested in this. But there's a gap, and now the people are paying the price for it, for an increase. And I asked, and I thank you for that, because when I first met you, guess what, 2 years ago, we talked, you always said your upbringing was to always be truthful and to be honest, whether we like to hear it or not, and I thank you that you're still saying that. And the people looking for a government they can trust, not when it's at a failing point and then we come around and then we increase. I want to be careful what I say on this mic and what I say on the record, but I know there's a missing piece. I'm going to research until I find it, until somebody share it, whether you share it with me or not. I'm going to keep looking for it. That happened about, and I'm just going to estimate a time. It may be 11 to 12 years that got us to where we are right here. And so I'm going to talk offline with you because I have a few other things that I want to ask you, but those questions there are very important, and I want you to send me the answer. But there is a missing piece that has caused us to be here. And now the people are going to have to, this is going to be raised. They're going to see an increase that I voted no on because I don't think the whole story is being told. I yield. Thank you.
All right, so I'm assuming when you send that information to Councilwoman Cooperson, could you send it to all the council members? I'm pretty sure most council members had some of the same questions, just for clarity purposes, so we can all be on the same page. Anybody else in the queue? Councilwoman White. Councilwoman White is in the queue as well.
Thank you, and thank you, Chief Davis, for the transparency. My bigger concern is, has finance done an overall, I don't want to call it an audit per se, but my concern is that when the $37 million was requested previously, the understanding that I had that it was to address a timing gap in reimbursement and that the $37 million would cover that timing gap. And so that was, I think, June. And then by the end of, by the end of July, it was a negative 1.3 million. And I think now we're at a negative
671,961.25
million. And so that means the 37 million didn't cover that particular timing gap. So my concern at this point is this more of a structural concern? Like, are we able to meet obligations, and have you all done long-term projections to review to see where we stand, not now, but going forward in terms of the health of this particular fund?
The short answer to that is yes. Now, the details of that I'll explain. Part of that is timing. It did bring the fund up, but we continue to spend money after the end of the year on these projects. So again, you've started paying for projects that you're having to ask for reimbursements for. So it's a little bit of a timing issue there from June 30th until August, 17th to get to those numbers. But yes, I want to, and I'm responsible for understanding that and the long-term plan for this. I didn't accept this position thinking that I'm dealing with things today. This is the future of the city. It's the future of our sewer system. And so, yes, we are doing some long-term planning, updating cash flows, not only for this month, but projected out. And we do have the answer to one of the questions about what is anticipated August fees. I just don't know that number off the top of my head, but yes, we are addressing this and developing the plan that we need so that I'm comfortable when I'm sitting here in front of y'all and working with the division that we know what we're dealing with and that we're dealing with it responsibly.
Thank you. And I just want for the record to note, because we are discussing now is going from A plus to A. In 2025, we went from AA plus to A plus, and then now another downgrade in 2026, which is why I'm really concerned about what analysis is being done for this fund, because it seems like it's getting worse and not better even after a $37 million recovery.
And I could understand that concern, and that is why we've had some of the discussions about how can we move that back up, what do we need to focus on, which is, again, part of the long-term planning that you're asking about.
Thank you.
Everybody else, you. Come on, go ahead.
And one more thing that you can add that you can send to all of us. With this increase, I want to know what the final dollar amount with this increase, on this sewage increase. Okay, I need to know what that looks like. All right, I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
All right, y'all. If no other questions, all heart, minds are clear. All right, with that, this committee is adjourned.
Thank you for having us. This is a continuation. This same matter was before you in July. And so today's conversation is around an expansion of the demographic that this will apply to. So essentially, we are adding in our other public safety heroes, our 911 communicators. And so what you passed last month was for the commissioned personnel, and this adds in that additional demographic. And it's the same for the same reasons. We just want to, attract, retain, and just essentially.
Is there a dollar amount associated with the change?
Yes. The amount is $210,000. Well, the AAL will be $973,000.
Okay, and that's for the year, or how is that calculated?
So the actual accrued liability is $973, and then the contribution would be $210 for the next 30 years. So this will be coming out of the 245 fund.
Okay, so this one is the one that's coming out of the 245 fund. Okay. Do we have any questions? All those opposed say aye. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? And nobody even corrected me. Y'all just looked like still. And any opposed say nay. The ayes have it. This item will go down with a favorable recommendation. Thank you. Thank you all so much. Seeing that there are no other matters in this committee is adjourned.
To the August 18th committee meeting of Public Safety and Homeland Security. Deja, would you please call the roll?
Councilman Ford, Councilwoman Green, Chairwoman Swearingen Washington, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, Councilman Dr. Warren, Councilwoman White, Councilwoman Logan, Chair Canale.
Here. Chair observes a quorum. Colleagues, we have 2 items on the agenda today, and I would like to add a brief discussion at the heel of the meeting, and I'll address that in a few minutes. Dr. Warren, would you prefer to hear? Does it matter, Chief? If we do the monthly crime update and then the all right. Let's do the monthly crime update.
Okay.
All council districts requested by myself. Chief Davis, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Chief C.J. Davis, 170 North Main Street.
Good morning, Deputy Chief Andrew Brown, 170 North Main Street.
All right. Thank you, council members, for giving us an opportunity to once again do our bi-weekly update. We're going to start with this first slide, which is Part 1 Crime Overview from the beginning of 2026 through August, which is a 3-year comparison. And as you can see, our bar chart there really indicates from 1 year to the next, the reductions that we continue to experience all the way up into today, year to day. Of course, we are still just over the mid part of the month, but we are still trending in the right direction as far as some more serious crimes. Next slide really illustrates those crimes. And we try to share this with you because these are the crimes that we focus on most intently in the city, and these make the most impact to community members. Our murders, our aggravated assaults, our sexual assaults, our robberies, our burglaries, our larcenies, which is always a challenge, and then our motor vehicle thefts, which are all down in all of those categories. And this was, these are our 7 most serious offenses, and this is year over year, 2025 compared to 2026. As you can see, our calls for service year over year have reduced considerably as well, some 2,000 and more. And right now we are right at about 3,900 fewer calls than we were last year this time. Actually, excuse me, that was for the month of August right now, about 3,900 fewer calls. Okay, next slide. And then these are our precincts. All 9 precincts show reductions. We've had some upticks in, I want to say was it Ridgeway where we had auto theft uptick in Ridgeway Station. However, we were able to make some significant arrests, and we haven't seen any real patterns of auto thefts in the city like we had in the past. We've pretty much managed to keep larcenies down, especially in those precincts that have more larcenies than others, like Appling Farms. But as you can see, it's a 44% decrease in larcenies, even in the Appling Farms precinct, which is heavy retail area. And next slide. And so there were some questions about guns through the operational period of the Memphis Safe Task Force. We just wanted to show you what those gun seizures look like and arrests. And so the arrests, felonies and misdemeanors, felonies during this operational period is 7,287, and misdemeanors were 10,735. Firearms recovered were about a little over 4,400 firearms have been recovered during this operational period. And then traffic stops, 167,812 traffic stops. Some of those result in citations. Some of them are just warnings. And then warrants, felonies and misdemeanors. Felony warrants are 2,401. Misdemeanors, 2,148. Currency seized, almost $1.8 million in currency. and vehicles that have been recovered. When we say recovered, these vehicles are typically stolen vehicles that we have found. And those vehicles are 2,475. So during the operation period, a total of 477 firearms have been destroyed as well. There were some questions about destruction of weapons. During this period, we've destroyed 477, further reducing the availability of weapons used to facilitate violent offenses on our streets. 315 firearms were returned to their lawful owner. We return stolen weapons to their lawful owner if that weapon has not been used in any significant crime or if the owner is a legal gun owner. And so we return those weapons to the rightful owner after investigators verified the owner was a theft, that it was actually a report that was filed about that weapon, or determined that the related suspects' cases have been dismissed or disposed of. Any questions about that slide? I know it's a lot of numbers up there. Okay. All right. And then drug seizures. There were a few questions about drug seizures as well. We wanted to just follow up on that. Marijuana confiscated, over 3,000 pounds of marijuana. Someone asked about street value. Street value varies depending on who's selling the drugs and what the drugs consist of and how they obtain the drugs. So that number can vary. What we tried to do is kind of give a range. Street value for 3,000 pounds being anywhere from $3.7 million to $6.2 million. And then heroin and fentanyl confiscated 58 pounds of fentanyl. That's a lot of fentanyl. And then the street value, 2.6 million to or just 4 million. And then methamphetamine confiscated, 306 pounds. And the street value, 1.7 million to 3.6 million estimated. So during this operating period, narcotic seizures have removed dangerous drugs from the circulation within our city. The seized narcotics carry an estimated street value that varies based on the drug type, availability, and quality. When I say quality, whether it was laced with something, whether it's in its purest form, pounds could be worth, 1 pound could be worth one amount. If it's in its purest form, if it's cut, it could be worth less on the street. And the next slide. Just letting everybody know as we begin to have more conversations about the Memphis Police Department's 200th bicentennial anniversary starting in 2027. We will start finding ways to have the community engaged in how we celebrate 200 years. This is the new Mountain Patrol trailer with some of the new wrapping that we had on it, and our trailer was featured at the FIFA, so Memphis should be proud. And I don't have anything else, and open for questions and discussion.
Thank you, Chief. Please let the record show that Councilman Walker, Councilman Smiley have joined us. Any questions, colleagues? All right, Councilman Cooper Sutton.
Chief, I just want to ask the relationship that's between, I think it's the IRS, is that right?
IRS?
Yes. And the HSI, and how they're responding to the mental health issues here in our city that really plagues our communities a lot with mental health.
When you say IRS, you're talking about the Internal Revenue Service?
No, may not be the IRS, but I know it's home HSI.
Oh, probably the Homeland Security entities. You know, council member, to be honest with you, I'm not sure how they interact with and you're talking about our mentally ill.
Our mentally ill and our constituents,
I'm not exactly sure how, because I guess I don't know of any particular incident that may have taken place, and sometimes there are one-offs where they may encounter somebody that does have mental challenges. If we're called, then we'll normally follow our protocol as it relates to providing that person or identifying what that person's disability or their mental issue is, to try to ensure that they get the right trajectory of whatever needs to happen on that scene. Whether if it's some criminal charges, we still try to make sure that that person is provided with whatever help they need. Sometimes we encounter individuals that have all kinds of different situations. It could be they didn't take their medication today, or it could be that they have autism or something.
So that's important to me because you just said a key thing. What if it's autism, or, there's a mental illness and that person is not on their meds or whatever, and is there, you don't know how they're interacting with them. Do they know, is there a protocol on interacting with them?
So we have a protocol. If they're with us, they operate under our policy and procedure.
Okay, they operate under your policy.
Absolutely.
If they're with you.
Yes. And to be honest, I don't know what instances where they would be operating alone, so to speak, if you're talking about under the Memphis Safe Task Force. And we handle those situations according to our policy and procedure. If there's an encounter with an HSI person and they are not with a Memphis police officer, I'm not certain what that would look like as it relates to them addressing that person's mental disability.
Do they wear body cams? Do Homeland Security, do they have body cams?
Sure, I think.
They don't have body cams?
I don't think so.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. Just kind of, just want to know, because we stress mental illness in our community, and a lot of our constituents and a lot of our citizens deal with that. But there should be a protocol when addressing that. And I think that you all ought to know that protocol, because the citizens are not just our citizens that we represent. They belong to everybody. Yeah. They're ours. And so there needs to be something in place, and I would love to know if there's something in place when interacting with them.
So I'll make sure that I look into that. Not just for them. Please? We have so many different agencies in Memphis right now.
Yeah,
and if they don't, we can make some recommendations, because we have, standard operating procedures, and, it may be something that they didn't think was a priority in their work every day, but we can also make some recommendations so that we can encourage them to help our community continue to see what they're accustomed to seeing with local law enforcement, with MPD. I think the Sheriff's Department also has protocols as well.
Okay.
But I'll follow up with you.
Could you follow up and just let's just see. I mean, if they're going to be here a little bit longer and they're going to be on our streets, they need to really know how to handle our citizens and our constituents that's dealing with mental illnesses, and what's the protocol with that.
Absolutely.
Because we just don't want things happening, and innocent people that have mental illness that are not on their medicines, just, we just got to do better.
Understood.
Because the mental illness is real, and it's real, and we just got to do better with making sure that we have the right protocols in place when anyone is interacting with them.
Absolutely.
So thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Logan, followed by Councilwoman Green.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Chief, for the presentation, the update. We appreciate it each month. My question is, I want to circle back to, we know eventually our friends are going to be leaving. Don't know how soon, don't know how far off it is, but it's coming. Yeah. And I'm very concerned about that transition for the community in terms of keeping us stable with the crime going down or trending in the right direction. Have you all, and I know you have, but I wanted to kind of see if you could give us an update or outlook on the best practices or the support that you all identified that helped to trend down, if we're going to continue in that, if that's going to require additional funding, if you got an answer back from the state, if they're going to give us money, once they leave, to continue that. And just kind of how are we trend? How are we looking in terms of maintaining that decline in crime after they leave?
Thank you, Councilmember. We've had numerous discussions and ongoing discussions about sustainability. Part of the issue that we've had here in the city, even before the task force, is not having the number of Tennessee Highway Patrol, which was huge part of the work that need to be done in our city. To have the additional resources and the promise, at least through the state and our governor, to say that they will allow for Tennessee Highway Patrol to remain in our city at large numbers. We've gone from having 11 4 years ago. We have 42 in 2023 to 80 plus since October. And if we could have those resources as a force multiplier for the police department, that takes our folks off the interstate from having to, respond to all the accidents that occur, manage our interstates, whether it's reckless driving, drag racing, or whatever, and having those resources deployed in the community. So if that promise, is kept, then we look forward to continuing to be able to manage the city as we were before the task force came. The momentum picked up, back in October. Naturally, when you had that many people visible, it's a deterrent. It's a natural deterrent. But we have ramped up in different areas of the department and have requested from our federal partners, those people who should be permanently assigned to Memphis, that we create a model where they are working with us on a daily basis, and it's not just people coming in for a couple of weeks at a time, and people that are or agents that are assigned here that understand the landscape of the city. Because when you're bringing other people in back and forth, it takes them more than 2 weeks to get acclimated, and most of the assignments are only 2 weeks. And then you have somebody else here for 2 weeks, and somebody else. And so that rotation creates an environment where we constantly have to be with those individuals because they don't know our city. So a lot of the work that we're doing is looking at what does the permanent state need to look like? Who are the permanent federal supervisors? Who are they going to dedicate to this overall operation that we're working on, including the TBI and the Tennessee Highway Patrol? So we feel confident, because we have been talking about this for several months, that one day things will go back to normal in Memphis. And normal means that we have to step up and make sure that those gaps are still filled. Particularly, like I said, on our interstates. Our interstates have been a real concern, not just from crimes, or people commuting, but also from a safety standpoint. The city has been at the top of the traffic fatality list, and calming our interstates is really important, and the whole public safety realm as well.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Green, followed by Warren, and a follow-up from Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chief Davis. Thank you to the MPD for the incredible work that you have done. I want to clarify some things. One is, can you list for me the agencies that are working on the task force with you?
We're going to pull it up because it's a lot of them.
I know. So I
starting with the alphabet soup, FBI,
Yeah.
ATF, Secret Service is listed on that list. DEA, Tennessee Highway Patrol, GBI, TBI, I think I said Tennessee Highway Patrol.
Yes, CPB, ICE.
Yeah, CPB is not as engaged with us as they are. I think they're more stationed at the airport, doing that kind of work with cargo and whatnot.
And HSI.
And
the National Guard.
National Guard. And I probably have left somebody out. Marshals, of course. IRS. Yeah, and actually, we've had some IRS cases.
Yeah.
Postal Service.
You seized a lot of things, I can see. So, and in that list, what I just heard you mention as being relevant to helping you and your police officers in particular is the THP on the interstates.
Yes.
Okay. Not that we don't appreciate what the DEA or the ATF are doing as well, but that's really the thing that you see as the force multiplier for the police department.
Absolutely.
Because they are able to detain and arrest individuals for breaking laws on our interstates. I, too, am enjoying not getting taken out by a car with drive-out tags on the interstate on the way to take my kids to school. So I agree. But I didn't hear ICE and the National Guard as the things that were force multipliers for you. Can you tell me how many arrests ICE and the National Guard have made?
I don't know that the National Guard have made any because they don't really have arrest powers.
Right.
Their presence is really visibility more than anything. Not sure what that number is for ICE right now because that activity has significantly slowed down, but we were taking in like daily numbers to just try to keep up with that activity as well. But if I remember correctly, over the last several weeks, we have not had that level of enforcement, not lately.
Because they were doing what they called administrative arrest for like paperwork violations on immigration stuff. But you're saying that's getting, I mean, again, back when I had viewpoint into this, and I do not any longer, it was, 1,000, 1,200, et cetera. But now you're saying closer to a dozen or less?
Not even, it's less.
Less than that, okay.
It is.
So I ask about those things because when we talk about the task force, it's a whole lot of, as you said, alphabet soup, but MPD is making the majority of the rest.
I would
if not
say
all.
97, 98% of cases.
And THP is the thing that's really a force multiplier for you, and it is not ICE and the National Guard.
Right.
On that point, though, I did see this last week, the National Guard out at a club in Hickory Hill, keeping people inside a club and asking for IDs and doing searches on their exit. Was that a coordinated effort with the MPD?
That was an operation that I think an organized crime unit had put together for that particular location. If the National Guard was there, they should have been doing nothing but maintaining parking lots and perimeter. So I don't know.
So there's a lot of
activity.
video out there of National Guard blocking the door and telling people they cannot leave, which is an arrest. We all know. I know I'm a lawyer here. I'm a criminal defense attorney, but that's an arrest if you tell someone they are detained and can't leave. And I also know that whether there was an organized crime task force put in place there, you have to have some sort of reasonable, articulable suspicion that that individual, not just people inside that club, that individual has a reason to be detained. So my point is this: I am wary still of the National Guard assisting you on these type of interventions because I know the training your officers get and that they know when they can arrest and when they can't arrest. They have different training than soldiers.
Yeah.
Very different training. And they know how to de-escalate. This got escalated very quickly. And so I guess my request of you as a council person is to please look into that incident. And as you are considering future of these, and I know we had those, we would do like an area and then we'd also work on blight and all the other things in an area that we were doing before the task force got here that got us to a 20-year low before the task force got here. So I know you're continuing to do those things, but I'm very cautious and worried about us working with people who have not been the force multiplier for you, who do not have the training that you have, that are, in what I can see as a lawyer, not following the Constitution in an incident in a majority African-American area. It's problematic to me. So I would request that if we're going on those types of things, and it's not just walking around targets that have been targeted for thefts, that we not bring in the National Guard on those things. So that is just my recommendation to you. I think it is incredibly troubling and problematic, and I will continue to ask you this every time you come before me, because I want the public to hear. I hope Sam Hardiman over there in the Daily Memphian will report that 98% of these arrests that have come since the task force have been here, you should get the credit. MPD should get the credit for what is happening here. THP has been the thing that has helped you, and it has not been ICE and the National Guard. They have not made the arrest. So I thank you again, Chief. I thank you. Shout out to Mount Moriah. I know I'm not supposed to have a favorite station, but I see y'all up there. That was a good number. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, in addition to the presentations to Hill 901, I've got Hill 901 and Black Squad coming today, and I want to make sure we give them time to give their presentations, because I think we need to hear about this and how it's been a force multiplier for what's been going on with police. So I'll let Councilwoman Sutton do her last question now.
Go ahead.
Forward.
Yes, sir.
Right. What does our complement numbers look like?
For MPD?
Yes.
We're right at 2,050. We have 130 in this next class.
Okay.
Which is a very large class, and then we have about 160 that will be lined up to go in a class right after them.
Okay, and then the last question is, I want to make sure I heard you correctly, what Councilwoman Green asked you, that the National Guards does not have arresting power. Is that right?
No, they do not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Colleagues, I sent, and I'm going to give this short plug, and I'm going to turn it over to Councilman Warren. I sent an email a couple of weeks ago with the data that DC Brown had compiled for Sentinel camera locations. I would ask, and then Deja, thank you, sent it out again this morning. I would ask that you review it. Those of you single member reps that have, you don't get any, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, that have camera locations. DC Brown really, and his team did a wonderful job compiling this data, and they didn't just pick these locations out of a hat. These cameras are very expensive, so we need them to go in locations where they provide us the most value. So if you would review it, I would ask for your response by Friday, the 21st. Is that right? Okay. And then if you have a question or concern, or you think that a location needs to be changed, would you please reach out directly to DC Brown? He is more than happy to work with you, but we need to get this started. And I would, again, encourage you to rely on the data that they have compiled. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item number 2 is a discussion of intervenor funding for gun violence reduction initiative, all council districts, requested by Councilman Dr. Warren. Dr. Warren, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to ask the representatives from Hill 901 and Black Squad 901 to come grab a seat up here in the chairs, if you don't mind, and I'm going to turn it over to you guys in a second. Colleagues, in addition to the presentations that we're going to get from Hill 901 and Black Squad, you also have an article written in April by John Roman. John Roman's the director of the Center of Public Safety and Justice at the University of Chicago's National Crime Opinion Research Center, also called NORC. The gist of the article is that the recent national drop in crime, particularly homicide and violent crime, is largely attributable to the government investment through the National Rescue Act dollars. To quote the article, the ARPA dollars replaced state and local revenues that were lost during the pandemic and were used to maintain vital public services. With those dollars purchased in large part were people who interact directly with young people at the greatest risk of violence and victimization to develop opportunities for them and to reduce the risk they face. This work is called prevention. As Chief Davis noted in the committee's meeting in August, after the ARPA funding and what was then used to fund the group violence intervention plan ran out, the decision locally was made to fund the program through grants. And the problem that I think we have is twofold. One, grants secured a reimbursement network that meant our violence intervention groups must front the cost of the work that they're doing until they get reimbursed by the grants. And number two, the Violence Crime Intervention Fund grant, the VSIF grant, that's been funding our interventions is scheduled to end next June. So one, they had the front up front, and two, this is going to go away in June of 27. So the administration intends to apply for more grants, and I spoke with the mayor this last week who's looking at maybe a way of doing an upfront loan until grants come through as another way to make sure we can get through this time. But I think it's imperative as we go forward as a council that we put in the budget some sort of stable, long-term funding for this type of work. Now, I know we've had a great reduction in violent crimes, and a lot of this has got to do with our police department, but a lot of it's got to do with the interaction with our police department and how these guys have been able to stop crimes from happening. So I think as we're listening, our murder we can't really afford for our murder rate to go back up. You remember that book I handed out, the Bleeding Out? Every murder is $10 million, okay? We've got the lowest murder rate we've had in years and years. And it's a combination of good police work and social intervention by these gentlemen. So if I'm going to turn it over to them and then let you ask some questions. But the key reason I have them here is I think we need to see why we've got to make sure they're funded. Because if they're not, we're going to see the violent crime go back up.
Thank you, Dr. Warren.
Can you guys introduce yourself? And
Mr. Lane, Mr. Cowan, whoever wants to go first, the floor is yours.
Mr. Lane, you want to go last or first? First, you got it.
Good afternoon, Delvin Lane, 1720 RKS Commercial Code. Executive Director of the 901 Block Squad. I want to just be here today. Thank you guys so much for what you do for the city. Thank MPD for what they do for the city and how crime has dropped. But I want to show a kind of a picture of what happens when we go on furlough. And I'll take a block of time from January 2024 to August 2024 and run through those times right quick. Then I hand it over to Mr. Cowan. I'll focus right now on 8 zip codes. When the block squad goes on furlough, what we lose in the city is the presence of credible messengers doing outreach, crisis and conflict mediation doing crime scene response, hospital responder program goes blank, and then a huge presence in several neighborhoods that all you guys serve. In those neighborhoods, I'll speak on real quickly. We'll talk about 38115, 38116, 3109, 3127, 38111, 3128, 3106, and 3114. In those periods that crime dropped dramatically in the city, these are some of the areas that had the lowest decrease in crime because of the absence of the 901 Block Squad. And I won't go and read all the numbers, but you can see in 38115 we had 5,343 crimes during the period between January and August of 2024. And you can just see that the absence of the Block Squad in these areas showed a slower decrease in crime around the city. The city had a 13.3% overall crime drop in 2024. And you can look at these areas of Fraser and South Memphis, Hickory Hill, Westwood, Whitehaven, Raleigh, and even Midtown. Midtown had the fastest increase of all 9 of these zip codes, and we serving all 9 of these zip codes with the VSIP grant. And VSIP has done a great job, but VSIP is being handicapped with only serving 8 full-time on my staff and 4 part-time staff. We need about 30 staff to cover all 9 zip codes with at least 3 people in those. You can see that the combined crimes from January to August right here in 38106 and 38116 is about 7,400. Even though crime is dropping, there still is a need to have boots on the ground to aid and assist MPD before they are called out. And we call it being proactive, doing community service events, doing crime scene response, talking to some of the shooters before the shootings happen, doing doing mediation in the neighborhood helps reduce these crimes. And then we got Hickory Hill, Fraser, and Raleigh with a total of 13,391 crimes between that time. That showed a slower decrease, but it is a decrease in the city. So we're not taking credit at all for the overall, but we do have some role in getting crime to go down because We have guys and girls on the ground that's heavily have heavy relationships with some of the crime drivers, the drug dealers, the shooters, the car thieves. We take an area like 38126. MPD has done a great job at Operation AOB, getting a lot of those guys off the streets, but they still got little brothers and cousins that we have to go and mentor every day. We still go to funerals and stuff like that. So when you take us off the block, these type of things make the city more vulnerable. We look at Midtown. Midtown had the biggest decrease in the 9 areas that I'm talking about, but it still needs more work. And see, in Midtown, we call 38111, which go all the way to Binghamton, part of what we do in Midtown. And so we had an uptake in the Binghamton area with a couple major shootings that happened, that we're on the ground and try to make sure those things are not happening. And so when we take these guys off the street, and when I say guys, I mean the team, we make these communities more vulnerable, especially with the gang-involved youth, the returning citizens that we call, the re-entry people. We come home from prison, the shooting survivors, and the active conflicts. We risk having all that stuff to boost our crime rate back up, and we don't want to see that happen. And so when you take us off the streets, people have to go get jobs so they can pay rent, because we don't want them selling drugs, going back into their life, trying to make things work. So we just asked the city to consider this proposed budget that we have, and I put some numbers up here to show what it would cost to have 30 full-time boots on the ground in 9 zip codes with 3 people per zip code doing the work nonstop, 40 hours a week with salary and some benefits to help, because these people are seeing so much in their lives. They need mental help. They need to be able to go to the doctor and stuff like that. So we really appreciate y'all hearing our cry so we can make Memphis even lighter than it is now. Thank you.
What was your number? You said you put numbers. What's the name?
It's 2 million, and yeah, it's at the end. Yes, right there, the last slide. Thank you, Doc. Thanks, Council.
Mr.
Can I say I yield the mic to Darrell?
Thank you, Mr. Lane.
Got it.
Awesome. I'm waiting on my presentation to go up. This is K. Darrell Cowan, Chief Executive Officer of Hill 901, address 3385 Airways Boulevard, 38116. The first slide is the most important slide. Let's go back to it. Memphis has proven that group violence reduction work. The issue is that the city itself is not funding this work. Now we can go to the next one. 2025 was Memphis' best year for public safety. As you see, there's several numbers that went down, and in these spaces we are going to show throughout this presentation the work that Hill 901 was doing with outreach, mediation, case management. These things happen alongside. There's a professional understanding with law enforcement. There's a professional agreement that we have. Like, we know our lane, and we respectfully stay out of theirs, and knowing that all of us are doing our best to make sure that the citizens of Memphis are safe as whole. Let's go to the next one. Memphis already has the evidence, it just hasn't been funded to last. You've heard from Chief Davis, you heard from the GVRI, Director Williams, you've heard from everybody about the reductions. We got the evidence that it works. So it's not a question about whether GVI, CVI work is working to help in Memphis. The question is, why aren't we funding it? Because when we're in the communities, there's consistent reductions in the areas in which we serve. And the way that I'm able to track that information, I use individuals such as Joe Gurley at Safeways, who has the ability to see how many calls are happening in the areas that I'm in. So when I'm talking about the reduction that Hill 901 does, when we were in Apartment Complex 1, those reductions that are in there, those information is coming from the amount of calls that was coming to MPD at that location before I got there, and then it shows the decline while we're there. And it's also throughout the presentation, you'll see what happens when we're not in that space as well. Let's go to the next slide. The effect tracks exactly when the team is on the ground. When our team is active, you're going to see a 46% reduction in the areas in which we serve. But the moment that we get off shift, you're going to see this uptick. What happens is, just like Chief Davis said with the National Guard, being a presence. Just having a presence in these areas that they know that people are there, to not only just sit there and say, hey, don't do this, but help navigate the systems that are plaguing people in Memphis and Shelby County. You're talking about being able to connect people to resources when it comes to housing insecurity. You're talking about connecting them to resources for food insecurity. You're talking about mental health services that this organization has the ability to provide. So you're talking about when you come in, not just sitting there being the presence, but have the toolbox necessary to make sure that when you walk out of a space, somebody not only saw you, but you were able to make their situation better and empowering them to do it. Not saying that we're doing all this work for individuals, We give them the tools necessary because the population in which we serve, even though we have organizations that are doing these things, the population in which we serve don't meet the criteria because of the criminal background. So therefore, we have to do something uniquely different for their population. Let's go to the next slide. This isn't informal work. This is not individuals who just come to the community that we hire off the streets and say, let's go do this. It's the amount of time that's invested in training these individuals, and it goes into the cost of what it costs. And it, just like Mr. Lane with Block Squad, you're talking about to be able to hit these areas, it's going to cost roughly $2 million for these organizations to be able to do the work necessary the way it needs to be done. Right now, we're still putting Band-Aids on top of gunshot wounds and celebrating. But the work that we know that could be done to drive that number to what you're looking for, to be able to have their response necessary, then when the Memphis Safe Task Force leave, it's going to take an investment from this body. The city isn't the funder here, it is a pass-through, and we're showing it in our own funding. When you're looking at the funding of Hill 901, $739,000 that we were able to bring in on last year to be able to keep operating at a baseline minimum level. You're talking about having, given the city of Memphis caviar work with a McDonald's budget. And when you're looking at it, I want to thank so much to the VSIP and the state, because the funding that we're able to operate off of, this is state funding, and I want to be clear. When you hear GVI or any other entity talk about funding and the funding that's going on, this is state funding that is, the city of Memphis is just a pass-through. So this is no money that the city has no skin in the game. And when everybody's talking about running for these offices, public safety is the first thing that we say. But the question is, what are we going to do from the positions that we're in to fund it, not right now, but long-term stability? And we're talking about having the first joint office of neighborhood safety and engagement in the United States of America. Man, it's something for this body and this city to tip his hat to. But the question is, now that you have it able to get your data metrics, when are you going to fund it to be able to fund the work that it keeps reaching out and making sure that we have to do? Every dollar this funding work is scheduled to disappear. When you're looking at the funding cliff of the money, this came from the state of Tennessee, OCJP. This is how the funding went. And this is where we're at with this funding right now. The funding is drying up and it's gone. So when we're seeing these things, that this is the money that was given to Memphis through the state. So when the state pulled the $30 million for workforce development and the other things this year, it's because it has been funding. And it's saying making a blank statement. We don't mind helping with Memphis. The problem is, when is Memphis going to put skin in the game with dealing with its own issues and quit using the state as its bank? Because when we start doing that, what happens when the state pull out? Now we're at this last minute trying to figure out how do we replace and how do we make sure that things keep rolling? We have to make sure that we're doing those things proactively. Next slide. July 1st, 2027. If you're ever looking for a deadline and a date that things end, there you go. That's the day that the funding that we get from the state of Tennessee is going to decrease and is going to be gone. And what are we going to do? You're talking about not only Hill 901 is affected, you're talking about the entire field. There's Hill 901, there's Block Squad, there's Memphis Allies, and everybody else. Everybody who relies on this funding to do this work. The case management, mediation is going to stop. It's going to completely lose the people that's doing this work. And this is not work that we can have the city just take on and say it's going to hire people to go do. That is not a wise thing, because this is community led. I think that if we start doing it that way, now it becomes the government enforcing down on communities and organizations what needs to be done. This space was supposed to be a communication space, to be able to have the community come straight to the joint office that had the ability to navigate those spaces with all the directors of what's going on in community. You're talking about being able to pull public works. You're talking about being able to pull sanitation. You're talking about a space that can pull real active programs and real-time strategies in spaces where we can hit hard and clean up an area before moving to a next area. But right now, they don't have the funding to even be able to do some of the things in their own wheelhouse to be able to help make communities not only safe, we're talking about engagement. That's the blight and everything else in our communities. But we can't do that without funding to be able to make sure that happens. Let's go to the next slide. Every city that's leaving the most violent city list has made the choice. You all have invested in people from the city of Memphis, MPD, and everybody else to go to these cities and see what's going on. Well, we can see on the slides that every city has had a drastic decline in the amount of homicides, and they have left the most violent list in the United States of America. The only thing that they've done that we have not done, that I have not heard said, is make the investment necessary. Newark invests. Baltimore invests. Los Angeles has invested. The city of Memphis has yet made an investment itself into this work. This is a credential profession. The city should fund it like it's one. When I'm saying that these individuals this is not something you can just, once again, pick up people. It risks an open door. And the Professional Standards Committee is something that we're going to need here in Memphis and Shelby County to make sure that the Boys and Girls Club, YMCA, and everybody else don't see funding in this space and say that this is work that they do. I want to be clear. My team has went over 140 hours of training to initially get started. And throughout the time, my team has secured over 200 other hours of training and still going through conferences is learning. This is something that we get continuing education credits like any other professional field. And I would like to say that the world of academia is now teaching the things that you have the pleasure of having in Memphis. When you're talking about Johns Hopkins, Bloomberg School of Public Health, you can now get a PhD in gun violence prevention. These are the spaces that we're going in, talking to these educators so they can build curriculums. You're talking about University of Chicago, Harris School of Public Policy. The same place that created the field of social work is now teaching CVI leadership, which means that the world of academia is moving towards teaching this in spaces and charging for it. And you have professionals in the city of Memphis who have already received those degrees and telling you that for Memphis to keep growing, we're going to have to make that necessary investment. We can't keep talking about Newark, Baltimore, Ohio, and everybody else and Omaha plans without making an Omaha, Baltimore, or Newark type of investment. Let's continue. Fund it like it's infrastructure, because it is. That $10 million ask is not for Hill 901. That's the minimum that the city should be putting towards this work. That's funding your joint office. That's making sure that they have the funding necessary for the other things that we have to do. When it comes to helping individuals with housing and food and the other things that we have to do, this is a minimal investment because of the amount of money that the state has already invested and everybody else. For us not to make this type of investment says that everybody who said that public safety is what we run on, everybody who said public safety is what you believe in, everybody who said those things, it's time to put your money where your mouth is. Let's make the necessary investment. It protects the budget. It's not a mission. We don't have to say anything else. The work is already done. I'm good. Anybody have any questions, you're far away.
Mr. Chair.
Dr. Warren.
Sir.
Yeah. Gentlemen, thank you for that presentation. Colleagues, I thought this was important because we're the funding body and we're the people that decide what's going to go on with the budget. And remember, every murder costs us $10 million. For the cost of one murder, we can fund this entire operation, and that's minimal, but we're not even doing minimal yet. So as we head forward, we've got to figure out, the mayor's looking at how we're going to fund it this year and what we can do to keep them going. But next budget season, we've got to make sure we've got this and maybe more than $10 million in the budget. And we got to make sure we've got a way to get them through to next year. So thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, colleagues, for listening to presentations.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you. I went back to the slide that you were talking about data and metrics, and you were talking about your presence being in certain areas of the city. I think you gave an example about being present in an apartment complex. Once you're there, and I worked down at, Shelby Farms out there in the prison. I did prison ministry.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? I did prison ministry for over close to almost 12 years. The thing that I saw that was very heart-wrenching, and I think you said that, is the resources are not available. And then when they leave the prison, when the women leave the prison, they go back into the community. So my question to you is, I heard you said that you're in the apartments. What does your data look like? Because once those guys go back into the infested gang community, and what does your numbers look like when you give them the proper resources? They're feeding their families because why they're slanging. They're trying to feed their moms and dad and their sisters and brothers. What does your data and your metrics look like when all the proper resources is lined up coming from your organization?
That's when you see those green numbers, those declines, because we're there. And when I say that we're there in the apartment complex, I want to be explicitly clear. That's my entire team spending 40 hours
That's
in
what I
there,
want to hear.
in that apartment complex. So it's not we're driving through, we stopping here. Now we post up, we set up shop, and we're sitting there and we're not mitigating anything that comes up from overdoses to anything. My team Narcan trained. So there's a lot of things that we do in the space outside of just stop shootings and killings. Like the mental health services, when you're talking about that, being able to provide cognitive behavior therapy, moral recognition therapy on the fly. Those are things that are happening in real time, and being able to have a consistent presence there, it gets those declines. But even if you look at the apartment complexes I was most recently in, once we start pushing the GVRI strategy, which is an amazing strategy, we had to leave that apartment complex because now we're not sitting here for 40 hours. We have another obligation that comes from the mayor that we have to do. So now we're moving out of that complex. So now you'll see that the calls and everything in said apartment complex has drastically increased. And they're begging for us to come back. But it's about having the funding to be able to have staff members that could be in that space and still do all those other things. And I want to be explicitly clear. There is no money in the GVRI plan. That plan was married into the VSIF contract. That's the reason we're doing 2 jobs in 1 contract right now. When VSIF first came out, the GVR strategy from the city did not exist. So now we're doing 2 jobs, 1 contract, 1 check.
So with you doing that, and you're sitting there, and you're very visible, and you have the resource to give to the individuals, and you're sitting in the apartment complex, is there a process where you are training them to be able to take care of themselves when you do leave? Is there a process?
Most definitely, that takes time. You're talking about intensive life coaching, being around people, spending an hour with them 3 times a week to make sure they're on the right path, doing the right thing, talking to their circles, make sure everything going. It's not something that I'm gonna be able to help you one time. It takes time. You're talking about breaking generational trauma, generational curses. That means that everything that your grandma, your auntie, and everybody else did to make income, it was not the right thing to do. So I'm hurting your entire family structure of what you believe that was your family business to now tell you that you need to go get a job and do something different. That's something that takes time. And that's when we end up that's when I would say government causes more harm in community than anything else. Coming in, doing an amazing thing, funding gone, now you're gone. You're just like a dad who come in the community around tax time. The money good, so you're here. Once it's gone, you gone. So what position are we leaving the citizens of Memphis in when we consistently do this? When programs come and there's time to do research, we're ready to come put the money in. But when it's time for the consistent care that leads to community stabilization, where we don't have to consistently do this, I'm trying to work myself out of job. I'm not trying to be here for 20 years.
$2 million is the total?
$2 million per year, $10 million at minimum for your joint office.
10 for your
joint office to be able to fund the entire work.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Chair.
All right, colleagues, we're going to go to Councilman Green, but keep in mind we're 11 minutes over.
Okay. Thank you first. Thank you for your work in the community. I have certainly witnessed it up close and personal in my job in the public defender's office and my work with reentry and at the prison on the county side.
Thank you.
I am grateful for the work that you do, and I understand how important it is as a partnership with what MPD does. Here's what I'd like to say, though. We did give $1.15 million in this last year's adopted budget. And I believe we did that again in 2027. And I know that you need more funding.
They just fund your joint office. They don't fund any boots on the ground work.
Right. This is our GVIP. It's for both personnel and for materials and supplies. But what I would say is this. We, as a city, we do have less resources than the state. And as I just mentioned with Chief Davis, she said the National Guard is not making any arrest, that their presence isn't what is the force multiplier for her office. And the estimated cost per day to have the National Guard in our city is $933,000 that the state is paying. We could fund all of this, the $2 million and the $10 million, in 2 weeks with state money. It is a matter of priorities. So I ask all of us, definitely we need to be considering funding these important services as we move forward as a city, but we also need to be putting pressure at the Capitol that has the money and that is wasting those resources, as you mentioned, doing more harm in the community than good by putting soldiers in fatigues on our streets instead of putting GVIP personnel in there. They could fund this within 12 days if they wanted to. That's all, Chair.
Anybody else? Good deal.
Just one question.
No. Councilwoman Logan.
I just wanted to thank you all publicly for the work that you do. I know it goes unnoticed, and I know you've lost lives in your groups, and working with our police department and the communities, the schools, and everybody. Everybody call y'all when it's time. But I really appreciate it. Thank you for laying it out like this and explaining the professional side of what you do, not just the boots on the ground street cred side. But we appreciate you. We're praying for you all as well as for the city, so we can find the money to fund it next year. Thank you.
Dr. Warren.
I just wanted to ask Councilwoman Green if that was a campaign guarantee that she's going
Absolutely not. I am not campaigning from the dais. I am pointing out facts.
Oh, that's right. Never mind.
That was out of bounds.
I didn't do that.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, MPD. We're adjourned.
Transportation Committee. Please call the roll.
Thank you. Councilwoman Green. Present. Councilwoman Walker. Present. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Councilwoman Logan. Present. Councilman Canali.
Here.
Councilman Smiley.
I'm here.
And Chair Ford Sr.
President, we have two items. The first item is a resolution to transfer $6,325,000 from general obligation bonds appropriations in CIP project GA03028 Innovation Corridor BRT contract construction to other costs and vehicles cap. District 6, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion?
Move it.
Second. Okay. Got a motion, second. Motion by Chair Lady. Ford Canali, second. Okay. I got our trustees down here. I'm going to turn it over to you, Mr. Holmes.
Thank you, Councilman Ford.
Let the record show that Dr. Easter Thomas has joined us. Everybody else is here. Councilman Warren, I got you. All right, you're here. Okay.
Thank you, Councilman Ford. Council, the grant that, or the transfer that we're asking for goes directly to the bus purchases that we mentioned. Goes directly to the bus purchases that we mentioned during our last meeting with council. As the council knows, we've taken on an ambitious project of replacing our working fleet within the next 12 months. The funds that you see being transferred are going to be allocated for that purpose. We have already received 12 of the buses, so we'll be paying for those. And then we have the other 44 that are set to be delivered over the next 12 months. And these funds will cover our portion of the cost for those buses. Largely, it's being paid for by federal grant dollars, and then this would be the city's contribution that we're asking for.
Real quick, thank you, Chair. Mr. Holmes, I know you've gone over this before. What's the average cost of a diesel bus today?
Approximately $815,000 to $20,000.
Okay.
We'll get you the bus, get you the technology for the bus to start.
Got it. Thank you.
With that, how long does it take to make these buses with these special amenities that needs to be added?
So typically it takes anywhere from 8 to 12 months for the buses to be delivered from the point of order. We've been fortunate where the 12 buses that we ordered from Gillick 2 months ago are now slated for a March delivery, so we were able to jump in line. But overall, it's about 8 to 12 months.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
So moved.
Thank you, Councilman. So this similarly goes to services. The $165,000 goes directly to our rails. As you all know, we're working diligently to try to get our trolleys back up. So the funds will go to supporting that effort and making sure that our rails are in good repair. The second one goes to what I think is probably our best performing program, which is MATA Plus, which we've talked about is used to help individuals who are disabled or may need assistance. So by allocating this 600,000, we project we'll be able to purchase 45 new paratransit vehicles. What that'll allow us to do is to carry anywhere from 35 to 45% more passengers and more rides within a calendar year. So great service. The service is already going really well. A 4.7 out of 5 approval rating from our passengers. So this is something that we think is worth an investment and expanding.
Okay. Any questions, council? Let the record also show that Councilwoman White has joined us. Okay, no questions? Okay. Calling for a vote. Everybody in favor? Aye. Everybody against? Okay, the ayes have it. Okay. Art, did you have anything that you want to say? You just here with us this time? Okay.
What was that number again? Of paratransit vehicles? 45. 45. Got it. Thank you.
Look, I want to thank you for coming back. We've come a little closer. We still got a lot of work to do. We're trying to make sure that our matter service continues and gets better and better by the day. We have improved. We've gone through changes. It's a new day. We don't want to go through changes. We want to move forward and do things better. And I appreciate y'all very much. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
All right. And, yeah, and that was same night minutes also now. Okay, good to know. Without objection. Okay. And if there's no further business, this committee is adjourned. And we're going to do planning and zoning in 2 minutes.
Councilman Smiley.
I'm here.
Councilwoman Walker, she's absent. Councilman Dr. Warren. Councilwoman White and Councilman Dr. Warren. Yes, thank you. Chairwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
And Chair Ford.
Present. All right, we have one item. This is a resolution approving an honorary street name change for Samuel Henderson in recognition of his extraordinary courage, faith, and selfless service to the city of Memphis during the 1878, I wasn't born, almost born, yellow fever epidemic. All council districts sponsored by Memphis City Council. I'm going to turn this over to Councilman Fortunale.
Thank you, Chairman. Colleagues, I was extremely honored to be able to bring this, and I'm very grateful for all of you signing on as co-sponsors. Something that I had no idea about until a member of St. Peter Catholic Church brought it to my attention. Sam Henderson has an incredible story, and it was his story meant a lot to me for a variety of reasons, but he's certainly someone worth acknowledging and celebrating and appreciating many things in his life, from surviving slavery to helping many sick church members and community members during the yellow fever epidemic, and was just truly a selfless person who gave of himself each and every day with expecting nothing in return. So with that, Chairman, I move it to the floor, and I appreciate, and again, I'm very grateful for all of your support.
All right, can I get a second?
Second.
All right.
Everybody on it?
With everybody, yeah, there you go. Everybody's on. Okay. Everybody in favor? Aye. Okay, ayes have it. Same night minutes. Okay. Item number 2 will be held, until, what, maybe 2 weeks?
Yes, sir.
For 2 weeks, next meeting. Okay. If there's no further business,
Please call the roll.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas, Councilwoman Green, Councilman Ford, Councilwoman Walker, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, Councilman Warren, Councilwoman White, Councilwoman Logan, Councilman Smiley, Councilman Canali, and Chair Swearingen Washington.
Present. Thank you, Ms. Keaton. We have 3 items on the agenda today. Item number 1 is a resolution to amend the fiscal year 2027 Capital Improvement Plan Program budget to comply with the Public Art Program Ordinance. All council districts, sponsored by myself, Janice Swearingen Washington. Can I get a motion and a second?
Move it. Second.
All right, it's been moved by Councilman Ford, second by Councilman Dr. Warren. We discussed this earlier, colleagues. The resolution is entitled, "A Resolution to Amend the Fiscal Year 2027 Capital Improvement Plan Program Budget to Comply with the Public Art Program Ordinance." The Public Art Program Ordinance contains a capital funding requirement that consists of 1% of the total general obligation amount included in the CIP budget, not to exceed $1 million per fiscal year. As we know, the Percent Per Art program only received $400,000 from the general obligation allocation in the FY 2027 Capital Improvement Plan, of which does not comply with the aforementioned ordinance. So this resolution will allocate and amend the proposed capital improvement plan budget for fiscal year 2027 by transferring $512,000 in general obligation bond allegations from GA 07010 FY 25 MSCS upgrades contract construction to EN 27105 Urban Arts Contract Construction. And it ends with, "Now therefore be it resolved that the Memphis City Council hereby amends the adopted capital improvement plan for fiscal year 2027 with the allocation and appropriation of $512,000, which was funds that were already left and had not been utilized, in general obligation bond allocations in the following manner. From GA 07010 FY 25 MSCS upgrades contract construction to EN 27105 Urban Arts Contract Construction." Are there any other questions regarding this item? All those in favor? Oh, she didn't pass it out?
Yeah, she passed it out. It may be under something, but she passed it out.
Are there any other questions? Okay. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Oh, okay. And same night minutes and without objection, and Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas had asked to be a co-sponsor. All right. Congratulations, Ms. Edwards. Thank you for all the work that you do. Item number 2 is a discussion of the fiscal consent agenda. All council districts requested by myself, Swearingen Washington. Do any members have any questions regarding this item? All right. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Item number 3 is an ordinance declaring a temporary moratorium on the acceptance, processing, approval, and issuance of zoning, land use, building, and other associated infrastructure permits for data center developments within the city of Memphis. All council districts, sponsored by Smiley, Green, and Swearingen, Washington. Can I get a motion? Move it. All right, it's been moved by Councilman Smiley, second by Councilwoman Green. I have some opening comments and then I'll move to my colleague. I'm interested in co-sponsoring this moratorium on the new data centers in the greater Memphis area because we want growth, but we want smart growth. Let me be clear, I'm not anti-business, but I am pro-resident. Right now, data centers are asking for massive amounts of water, power, and land. TVA and MLGW are telling us that a single facility can use as much as 80,000 gallons on homes. In a city where seniors or fixed incomes already worry about their utility bills, we have to ask the hard questions first. Second, these facilities, they promise jobs, but many are highly automated. We need to make sure that Memphis gets real pathways to employment and not just buildings with blinking lights and 6 security guards. Third, our neighbors are already dealing with quality of life issues. We owe residents a full review of noise, environmental impact, and infrastructure strain before we improve the next one. So this moratorium is not a ban, but it's a pause. And it gives us time to do 3 things. We want to start with data. How much water and power are we committing? Stride with community input. What protections do the neighborhoods need? And soaring with standards, setting clear rules so that the right projects lift Memphis up. So we welcome technology and we welcome investment, but it must be on Memphis terms, with Memphis values and for Memphis families. So XAI's second data center site, it requested 1.1 gigawatts from MLGW. For perspective, in 2023, MLGW provided 7.36 gigawatts to all commercial and industrial customers. One facility would equal 15% of that total demand. TVA says 150 megawatts alone powers about 90,000 homes. With the water, while XAI has pledged a wastewater recycling plant for 13 million gallons per day, construction was put on hold to finish. The data centers first, meanwhile, Colossus 2 and the third facility will use millions of gallons of drinking water each day. For the air and health, the turbines at the first site generated 422 megawatts of power. The NAACP, SELC, and Boxtown residents have raised clean air concerns. The Loudoun County's data centers brought $41 billion in real estate taxes and 12,000 jobs, but now face infrastructure limits. Memphis has 12 data centers total, yet we're navigating this largely through one company. We need standards before the next 11 expand. This moratorium is a pause, and we need an independent audit of MLGW and the TVA capacity. Can we keep the lights on for seniors if we keep adding another gigawatt? Stride with enforceable rules, water use caps, air monitoring, community benefit arrangements, and fines even up to $250,000 a day for violations if necessary. We want to soar with jobs Memphians can actually get. If we're giving away the power, we need training pipelines and hiring commitments first. A moratorium doesn't reject economic development, but it does give us time and it gives a voice. So colleagues, we can say yes to tech, but TVA said we don't tell customers no. That means we have to be the ones who say, not like this. I will now open the door for comments from our colleagues. Councilman Smiley, you're recognized at this time.
All right, thank you, Chairwoman, for your comments, and also thank you for, I think, being the first co-sponsor on this particular ordinance. I think about, it's been a couple of years since XAI came into to the city of Memphis, and I think the council took a very deliberate approach. I think we sat back and watched to see how it was ultimately going to impact people, listen to the community. And I think for some of us, we thought that, somebody was going to come in. I think we thought that somebody would come in and say, here's the best approach to address data centers going forward. I think we waited, and nothing ultimately happened. But we'll tell you what did happen. And, one of the things that piqued my interest to sponsor this particular resolution. I was at home and someone tagged me something on social media talking about the expansion of another data center. Here's the issue I have with that. Not only did the council not know about the expansion of the data center, the community residents did not know. Since we put forth this ordinance, everybody's been reaching out, trying to talk to the council. I'm pretty sure many people in the community starting to get conversation now, but I think that's a little too late. I was intentional about bringing this ordinance because I think the people deserve an opportunity to voice their concerns. I think the council deserves to be treated with respect by the folks who are pushing these data centers in our community. We can't say we represent people if we're not doing our job as the representatives of a group of people. And I could talk for a very long time. I'm just gonna read some of the prepared remarks. I'm a lawyer by trade, so I always spend a lot of time thinking about what are the laws, what are the rules. We can't just hop on the expressway without abiding by the laws. We can't live in the community without abiding by laws. And I think the same should be said for billion-dollar companies who come into our community. So the problem is that Memphis does not yet have comprehensive regulations specifically designed for developments of this size and intensity. We do not have clear standards addressing where these facilities should be located, how close they may be to homes and schools, how much electricity and water they can consume, how noise should be regulated, how or what environmental information must be disclosed, or what level of direct community investment should be required. We also cannot effectively serve as the voice of the people when discussions about major expansions occur without notifying elected officials or the communities we represent. That is why a temporary pause is necessary. This moratorium gives us time to ask and answer some basic questions. What will pay for the utility infrastructures? Who will pay for the utility infrastructure these facilities require? Will residential customers be protected from higher utility costs? How will our aquifer be protected? What safeguards will apply to turbines, generators, cooling systems, noise, and emissions? How much should these companies be required to invest directly into the neighborhoods carrying the greatest burden? How do we make sure that the jobs and economic opportunities actually reach Memphians? These are not unreasonable questions. They are the minimal questions responsible government should answer before additional projects are approved. We should not continue approving additional facilities or expansions under rules that were never written with developments like this in mind. The moratorium is temporary. It does not permanently prohibit data centers. It gives the city of Memphis time to study the impacts, engage the public, consult environmental and utility experts, and establish clear, predictable standards that protect residents. Companies deserve to know the rules before they invest. Residents deserve to know the protections before they are asked to live with the consequences. Other local governments across Tennessee have taken similar steps. Memphis should not wait until every major decision has already been made and every facility has already been constructed before deciding what our standards should be. We must also recognize that allocating a portion of property tax revenue to surrounding neighborhoods, while important, is not the same as requiring a company to make an additional community investment. Those taxes are already owed to the people. What more are they doing? Just something that I think we should know. The city of Memphis and Shelby County receives about $45 to $50 million a year. And that sounds like a lot of money, but think about this. SpaceX leases facility to Anthropic for $1.2 billion a month. At some time, our community has to say, you're not going to keep playing with us and giving us the bare minimum. At some point, Memphis deserves our just due. We must also recognize that going forward, companies operating facilities of this magnitude should be expected to pay the full cost of the infrastructure they require, protect ratepayers for standard costs, for strain costs, fund independent environmental monitoring, and make enforceable investments in workforce development, public health, housing, and neighborhoods that are directly impacted. Memphis should embrace innovation, but innovation without transparency is not progress. Growth without safeguards is not reasonable development, and investment that requires a community to accept unknown risks without having a meaningful voice is not a fair partnership. And if we're not careful and we continue to allow the data centers to continue expanding our community will run the risk of becoming a digital wasteland. I respectfully ask to my colleagues to support this moratorium, and with that, Chair.
Thank you. Councilwoman Green, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. It is hard to add to what both Chairwoman and Councilman Smiley have said, but I want to say this to those of you who are here today. I hope you have heard that we, too, were left in the dark. That just like you, we found out in the newspaper. And so this is not about us. You know, as Councilman Smiley said, now people are calling and, trying to have us on the phone. When they've called me, I said, that's great. It's too late, and I'm not the community. When I say you need to be talking to the community, I don't mean talk to me. We are talking about our air and our water. These are two things we literally cannot live without. I feel like we are at a real serious tipping point. It reminds me of the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, which caused enormous human harm. When all the factories started popping up, black smog was in the air. So we established the EPA. There were children working. There were people losing limbs in factories. So we established OSHA and child labor laws. We didn't have weekends. We didn't have 8-hour workdays until we got unions. But there was incredible human harm that happened at the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. What we're asking for here today is to pause that human harm, the potential that is held within it, not to pause the innovation that could be held from something like the Industrial Revolution. As many bad things came out of it, many good things did. But we have to protect people. We have to protect their jobs. We have to protect their air. We have to protect their water. We have to protect the noise in their house. I mean, we are absolutely behind the 8 ball here. And your frustration that you feel, I want you to know that this body, most of us up here, feel the same, because we too continue to be left in the dark. So we're going to exercise, hopefully, our power today and say no more. No more stepping on us without talking to us. If you want to be a part of Memphis, then you're going to have to talk to Memphians. And you are going to have real constraints around our air and our water. Our air and our water. That is what we're talking about. We can get to the jobs part. We can get to the noise. We can get to other things. But please understand, at the very heart of this is our air and our water. There is really nothing more precious than that. So I'm here as a councilwoman today. I'm here as a Memphian today. I'm here as a mother who cares about the future of our city. I am asking my colleagues to help us support this moratorium until we can get the answers and the regulations in place to protect people's lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Also, thank you to the sponsors of this ordinance. As Councilman Smiley, as you said, I think the thought was that something would come, so I'm glad that you came with something. I'd like to offer a friendly amendment and then also ask that you add me as a co-sponsor, which is not dependent on my friendly amendment. On page 4, where it goes in continuation, section 4, where it says study, it says the study committee should evaluate at minimum. That starts on page 3, but then it goes on to list 17 things that end in the middle of page 4. Number 16 is one that I starred, and then I wanted to either ask for an addition to or to change. So 16 reads, for those who don't have paper, 16 reads potential capital expenditure fund for the benefit of the city of Memphis. My friendly amendment is either probably adding. So adding on the 17 to make an 18th one, guidelines for required community benefit agreements. So either changing 16 potential capital expenditure fund or, because I know those are two separate things, or adding guidelines for required community benefits agreements?
Accepted, make that number 18.
Okay.
Make it number 18.
So do I need to say that officially, Meredith, or is that good enough? Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for co-sponsoring as well.
Councilwoman Logan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the maker of this ordinance, because it is a very necessary conversation. I want two things. I wanted to hear from our attorney to see if there are any ramifications as it relates to us as a body in passing this. And then two, I wanted to add a friendly amendment or offer a change after we hear from him.
All right. Attorney Wade, you're recognized.
I've seen this at the same time you did. Typically, my position on ordinances on first reading is that they are always not perfect. They always come with warts. But my position is to allow it to go to the floor and be added on first and second reading, and allow the deliberations to continue among this body. So I really don't have any comments at this time, except to say that I do not think in my posture that we should ever object to something going on for first reading, and that's my position on this one.
All right, thank you, Chair. I will, based on what he just said, I'll bring back the amendment at the next reading. Thank you.
All right.
You're back.
All right, so we ready for a vote?
No, come in.
Okay, Dr. Warren? Okay.
You know, I'm sure everyone got phone calls and stuff from people who are wanting us to proceed with this. We also got phone calls from businesses that are worried about the message that we're going to send about as far as bringing more businesses to Memphis if we do something here. In my mind, I think as we move forward with this, we need to have timelines on any sort of moratorium. So we have a timeline where we're going to do these studies. We're going to get them back so people will know if we do something, we're going to have it done. So it just won't be, we're never going to do this. And they just buy land in Arkansas, use our same aquifer, pollute our same water, and we don't have any regulation capacity. So part of this is going to have to be relatively business friendly. But, right now they had the capability of building data centers that don't use any water, that actually take water and put it back cleaner than they get it. They have the ability to build data centers using solar power and battery storage to where they're not burning carbon fuel. So we have capabilities of putting things in that can keep us still available for this technology and also protect the environment. So as we move forward with this, what we need to do is think about what guidelines are not going to kneecap us and what guidelines are going to make us breathe and drink free and clean, free water and fresh air and clean water. So thank you for pointing out this is the first reading. It'll go down for 2 more readings. And then hopefully we'll be able to have these sort of details ironed out very specifically, so we're not going to scare investment away. They're going to know what they have to do to come in here. Thank you.
Dr. Warren, and as a body, we can decide what would be a reasonable timeline. We'll decide.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. So I think we'll have to talk about it, and we need to get input from local community and businesses on what makes sense. But, the thing about moratorium is the term, I think we may even consider putting a 3-month pause on investment until we have our guidelines right. Because moratorium sends a message to people, you ain't doing nothing ever. And we need to say, we're going to pause this thing and we're going to get our regulations right, so you come in here on our terms. You don't come in on no terms at all, which is what they've been doing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilwoman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Councilwoman. First, I'm glad that we are having the conversation. There does need to be regulations. I think the conversation is probably a little bit, and you have to start somewhere, but we're missing a lot of people at the table, especially if we're talking about air quality control. That means that the county needs to be involved. We need to have experts involved. And so I'm glad that we're the leading people for the conversation of what that looks like, what a fund looks like, what air testing looks like, what the regulations around, not just data centers, though. I think that this really needs to be a broader conversation of what our air quality is and what the impact is that it has on constituents. So My focus is not so much just data centers. I just got the ordinance probably sometime this afternoon, kind of. So I haven't had a chance to really go through it from just skimming over it. There are parts that I agree with, like forming a committee. I'm in agreement with that. I'm in agreement with the study and those things. I don't know and have not had an opportunity to determine the potential collateral consequences of a moratorium. So for that portion, I don't know yet. I have not had a chance to review those things, but as our attorney said, this is a first reading. It's supposed to go through 2 other readings, and I'm concerned about what impact that would have on businesses. What that just looks like, I don't know. I don't have enough information as I see here today, but I do agree with the convening of a study to determine what other people are doing. I know Australia is doing a great job with this right now. I looked up Aurora, Illinois, and other places. Pennsylvania has done some work. So we've been looking into it, and I'm glad that we're having this conversation. The last thing I would say is I know that Nashville recently did a moratorium, and I know that they're now in litigation. So I'm curious to know exactly what that litigation is, where they misstepped or didn't misstep. That's not to say necessarily that they misstepped just because they're in litigation. You can sue all the time. But I'm just curious to know what that looks like and to make sure that we are, on the side of not having to expend a lot of taxpayer dollars in litigation if there are ways that we can figure out how to mitigate this going forward. So that's what I'll be looking at as I review this ordinance. Thank you.
Councilwoman Walker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as far as I know, I live closer to a data center than any of my colleagues here. And that would be the Tulane location. It is not in my district, but it is just across my district line. And I'm sharing here the proximity of that location to 2 of our iconic locations here in the city, Graceland and the newly named Fred Smith International Airport. What has continued to be missing from these conversations are the words clean energy, and that's what my colleague Dr. Warren just spoke to. It's not enough to say no more data centers. You have to say clean energy. The issue is not the data centers. The issue is how they are being fueled. They're being fueled with dirty energy. They need to be fueled with clean energy. That's the real issue based on my understanding of this piece, based on my experience and background with SACE, the Southern Alliance for Clean Energy. And moving forward, I just want us to keep that in mind. That's the most important thing here is clean energy. I did have a couple of questions, please, on number 14, environmental sustainability measures. Can someone elaborate on what that would look like?
So, thank you, Councilwoman Walker. So, one of the things that I wanted to do when I was talking about, what should be done, and you gave me a great segue. So, Section 4 says that I know all of you don't have it, but it says during the moratorium period, the Memphis and Shelby County Division of Planning and Development, working in conjunction with the study committee consisting of 2 members of Memphis City Council, MLGW, other industry experts, shall prepare recommendations regarding permanent zoning regulations governing data centers and high-density computing facilities. The study committee should evaluate at the minimum. So, essentially what I'm attempting to do, and I'm not married to any of this language. My only goal is to bring the foremost experts into the room, those individuals who are in charge of dealing with MLGW. President McGowan was here, Office of the Plan Development, those individuals who will have to implement the regulations, and those individuals who understand the impact when it comes to the environment, whether you're talking about the aquifer, whether you're talking about the air. We want everybody in the room when those conversations are had to give objective analysis of the potential impact. This is not my lane. But what I am responsible for is trying to put a framework together, trying to put people in a room so that we can make sure we're doing everything we can as a body to not only protect the people, but make sure if industry is coming, that we're getting the most for the people who call Memphis home.
Okay, so I had a question. How can we make this more specific to clean energy?
I mean, you serve on this body just like me. You are welcome to amend this thing. I'm not married to it. Only thing that I want is to make sure we're serving people. That's it.
Right.
So
This is,
make your amendment and let's go.
we'll have time as it goes through the processes.
Okay,
We don't
and
have to do it
secondly, there have been several comments about us finding out in the media, from the media like everyone else. I would like to also amend this to something that addresses that. I know for certain projects, the NDA is required. That's not limited to data centers. For certain projects, that's required. But for us to continually find out things in the media, I'm speaking for myself. I know some members on this body may find out things sooner than others, but I would appreciate if we could amend this list. Okay, you had 18, or maybe there's a 19, that we find a way to address the information communication piece as well.
So, Councilwoman, you can either draft out the changes and email it to us, or I heard what you said. I can get with Meredith and we can address those changes. I have no problem with adding to this. I'm not married to the language. I simply wanted the conversation to happen because we've been waiting for a long time, and I think we've been waiting a little too long.
All right. With that being said, let's go to a vote. All those in favor say, because we got 10 minutes, y'all, to get downstairs.
A quick question.
Oh, Lord. Okay.
Well, and this is what I was trying to find out about the ordinance. Because I know Attorney Wade said since it's first reading, usually we just let it go and then we discuss on third reading. And maybe this is something we just need to talk about later, and if it is, you can tell me to digress. Do we have the authority to instruct permitting agencies under the city to not grant permits if they fit the requirements?
Your question's premature.
Okay.
I think you just bring all that to the table and let's hash it out.
Okay.
I mean, we don't need to delay.
Right. Thank you.
The train. Let's let the train go, and then we may stop it down the road.
Okay.
All right. Last comment, Smiley.
It's not a comment. I want to make a motion to send this downstairs today. I move to send this matter downstairs today.
For first reading.
For first reading. My apologies. For first reading.
All right. It's been moved by Councilman Smiley, second by Councilwoman Green. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. All right. Thank you. That brings us to our add-on items. Item number 19, 20, 21, 22, and 23. Item 19 is a resolution to approve the allocation and appropriation of FY27 Memphis City Council Community Grant Program funds to support medical debt relief through undue medical debt, and to allocate the remaining funds to the MLGW +1 program, all council districts, sponsored by Green. There's a request for same night minutes. Please exit quietly. Item number 20 is a resolution to allocate and appropriate funds of $500,000 for FY 2027 Parks Critical Needs Funds, project number PK120215, fixtures, furniture, and equipment, all council districts sponsored by the administration. There's a request for same night minutes. Item number 21 is a resolution to allocate, appropriate, and transfer funds of $250,000 from FY 2027 CIP MRPP cover line, project number GA07002, contract construction to FY 2027 CIP Riverfront Park improvements and maintenance, project number GA07009, contract construction, District 7, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. There's a request for same night minutes. Item number 22 is a resolution to transfer $6,325,000 from general obligation bond appropriations and CIP project GA03028, Innovation Corridor BRT, contract construction, to the other cost and vehicles, CAP, District 6, Super District 8. This is sponsored by the administration. There is a request for same night minutes. Item number 23 is a resolution to establish a new CIP project for rail infrastructure and transfer $165,000 of general obligation bond appropriations and CIP GA03029 transit amenities to CIP project for rail infrastructure and transfers $600,000 of general obligation bond appropriations and CIP GA03029 transit amenities to CIP project GA03031 paratransit vehicles, Super District 8, District 6, sponsored by the administration. There's a request for same night minutes. The same night minute items are, item number 24 is a resolution to amend the fiscal year 2027 capital improvement plan budget to comply with the Public Art Program Ordinance. All council districts, sponsored by myself, Swearingen, Washington, and Easter Thomas. There's a request for same night minutes. Item number 25 is an ordinance declaring a temporary moratorium on the acceptance, processing, approval, and issuance of zoning, land use, building, and other associated infrastructure permits for data center developments within the city of Memphis. All council districts, sponsored by Smiley, Green, Swearingen, Washington, and Easter Thomas. There's a request to add on for first reading. The same night minute items are items number 2, 9, 10, 11, 12, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, and 24. All right. Does any other member of the committee have anything else that needs to be addressed? If not, we stand adjourned.